You all wake up. It is currently the 40th day of the first quarter of your second year. And the past week has been fraught with research, preparation, worry. There is almost a nervous hum in the air around the people who know, the people who have specifics, and most notably you four. Pick your poison for how you feel about it, but it is not a easy wait. It only takes 4 days for Liliana to make the scroll, but well, Motiva, this is technically your first extraction, and Philin, you didn't have to wait with bated breath last time. But almost compounded on top of that, both of you know how these things can go south. The second time a problem happens is almost worse than the first one. Who wants to tell me what they're doing to get ready this morning?
Looking at
Man.
Motiva.
Let's say it's one of yous.
If you don't have anything right now, I can go.
It's just that Motiva doesn't have a whole lot. Motiva is in Nim's cabin. She has probably spent all day and night trying to convince Nim that once she leaves, she is not dead.
Roll me diplomacy.
I rolled a nat 20.
Ooh.
Amazing.
I'll take a picture.
I would love that. Really funny that you're using it this early on. You're really wasting your bullets there, bucko. But you spend that time, and I mean, they know, right? They already know. You've already sort of disseminated this information to both Nim and Adon Kai, the two of your partners that are staying behind. And for Nim's credit, Nim is very mature about it. Nim is very put together. Nim almost goes to sort of try to minimize your own worries about it, but you know in the back of your mind what they have told you explicitly themselves, but also how they worry about Kai when he goes. That this is not an easy thing to allow you to do. And at no point does Nim seem like they're going to say that you can't go. And at no point are they going to burden you with those worries. But by the time you get your things together and you leave the cabin, you get the feeling that they're at the very least in higher spirits than they have been the past week. As they go to get ready for their part in this, waiting on standby, ready to catch planeswalkers when they come back.
I think that she also spends a fair amount of time trying to convince Kai to be a little bit clingy to Nim.
Mm-hmm.
And that she'll be back soon.
Kai doesn't seem uninterested in the idea. I think you don't need to do a lot of convincing, as disgustingly married as they are. But yeah.
I think that's how Miva spends a majority of her time. I think that's all I got. I think that's all I got. If I forgot to do something, I'll say it later.
Alrighty. Fill in.
Hi.
What are you doing? You have a lot of stake in this.
Yes, she is being very meticulous about preparing her backpack and sorting things out. I feel like she runs around the campus to the various shops and communes and what have you, just to see if there's anything she thinks would be useful. Whether for survival or if there happens to be a miraculously cheap divination item.
Divination items are a pretty hot commodity on Strixhaven.
She does that. I don't know. Would I be able to get a bedroll and rations anywhere along the colleges?
I definitely think so. I think rations. So the thing about getting bedrolls and rations is I know that sounds like something that you wouldn't need on campus, so they wouldn't sell it. But in my mind, it almost would be like reflavored by like, okay, you might not be able to buy field rations, but you can buy like preserved food that's like safe to keep in dorms, right? Things like jerky, nuts, that sort of thing, right? And for like a bedroll, realistically, that's actually just something soft enough on the ground that like it's comfortable to sleep, so you can easily get things like pillows and blankets.
Slay.
Maybe even like a futon if you want to flavor it that way.
She's bringing a futon with her to Ixalan.
Yeah, heavy.
Heavy. I don't think she'll go for full futon, but she will get enough to have sufficient sleep, and she will get a few weeks of rations.
Oh yeah.
I feel like at some point over the course of her running around and sorting through her things, she's going to specifically text Motiva asking if she knows anyone who could watch Uli, because I don't think Felin knows that Adon Kai is like an animal person, just in general.
Yeah. Motiva would immediately respond with, "Oh, just talk to Kai."
Awesome. She is grabbing Uli, and I like to imagine he has like a little blanket or like little tiny toy that is like specifically Uli's, and she like takes that with her, as well as some like written instructions on like how to care for him.
Yeah.
And like the foods that he likes.
God, she's such a cute little mom. I love her. Yeah, you definitely can. If this was a harder sell, I would maybe have like an actual in-character back and forth, but like you literally just gotta say, I really need somebody to watch my bat, and he's already interested. And I feel like he almost like instantly like lets Uli out so Uli and Cleo can sniff each other as two little flying beings that can now hang out.
They're absolutely having playdates after this.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Have you ever taken Uli over to the tavern? Cleo actually quite likes it.
Oh, no, I have not. I have been trying to be careful about where I do and don't bring Uli, because he is not from here, and I was told that bringing creatures from other planes was not super approved of.
That's very smart. And I suddenly don't have ears and can't hear anything. Wow, this room is so loud. Isn't that crazy? And he kind of gives you a wink.
Thank you.
But yeah, you have that sort of moment with Kai. You get Uli squared away, which honestly is nice. You don't know how nice a plane teeming with wilderness is going to be for a little creature domesticated guy.
After that, she will probably do a round of goodbyes to friends and acquaintances and what have you, and then we'll find Motiva and Ashan and Faye.
Yeah, that's definitely easy enough. I do have a fun question for you, especially because I know this was a point of contention last session. Who are you telling, and how much are you telling? This is an important distinction right now.
It is. Oh, thank you. I think the people who are like closest to the situation, she will just outright tell. Like she would just tell Chad what's going on because he already knows. Would tell the twins. Otherwise, I think she'll probably tell anyone else, like the rest of the flatmates, just that she's like going to be away for a while.
Okay.
And if they have questions, they can ask Chad or something.
Slay. We love deflection.
Yeah.
I really like how Falin is starting to really realize I'm bad at lying. Time to become really good at obfuscation and omission.
Yeah.
Okay, that's easy enough to do. It's up to Ash where Motiva is at, but I feel like Nefei has probably been getting ready in her dorm room, so she's pretty easy to scoop up. But I feel like Ashan is probably the one that's the hardest to tack down. And I feel like he's kind of just been like, I don't know if you know exactly what he's been doing, but like moving around a lot. So you end up kind of finding him like lacing up his boots sort of near I want to say maybe like the Biblioplex teleportation room. I feel like that's a really easy place for most of the planeswalkers and second years to meet up because everybody is now on different campuses. So you end up running into people in the Biblioplex a lot. What do you think you're doing, Motiva, whenever Falin comes to get you?
Oh, I lied. I do remember something I wanted Motiva to do.
Well, yeah, give it to me, brother.
Motiva's going to go to Doriga.
That's right, you did tell me about this. Okay, yeah, you can go up to administration. You pass, You probably pass Ashan while he's in sort of the central campus on his way to the Biblioplex, and he kind of, maybe knocks you on the shoulder, as you pass, but doesn't otherwise stop you. Everybody's busy today. You know.
Motiva's... Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go first.
Motiva jingle jangles on in.
Yeah, you jingle jangle on into administration. It looks about the same. Occasionally you'll see like a first year coming to administration or faculty. Those are kind of the two biggest people who come here because once you're in your colleges, you don't really have that big of a need to show up here. Except y'all for some reason. But you can very easily go up to Doriga's little counter, and she's sort of tip-tapping on her little typewriter, like archival machine.
Motiva is going to pull up, and she's going to say hi.
Good morning. What can I do you for?
What do I need to do to take out a loan?
Just tell me how much it is. Do you got a number in mind?
200 gold.
Oh, that's easy. Okay. And you see that she goes to kind of like open a little side drawer and rip a piece of paper, and goes to scribble something on a little piece of paper, and slides it over at you to sign. She, most notably again, scribbles on the paper without using a pen. She uses like her nail, and it leaves like streaks of coal on it. But she hands it over you to sign, and she's going to give you the whole rundown, where she says that any loans or other requests that are outside the realm of reasonable accommodation, food, board, etc., are generally tacked on to tuition. So however you handle that extra charge at the end is honestly your business. 200 gold isn't that much to add on top of it at the end.
Okay. I can read what she wrote down, right?
Yeah, so it's not like a written out contract. It's mostly just like, it's written almost like a check. Where it says from like the University of Strixhaven, via like the Honorable Bursar Doriga, to Motivation, bequeathing the amount of 200 gold via loan to be paid back upon graduation.
Yep.
Yeah, shit like that. So it's not too elaborate.
Yep. Motiva signs.
Awesome. You sign it, and she goes to sort of read it, and she does this thing that she did in the first session when you had to do paperwork with her, where she kind of crumples it in her hands, and it kind of fizzles out into smoke, and when she wipes her hands, there is no more paper. And she is actually going to count you out 200 gold right now. She would probably give it to you in the form of 20 platinum unless you honestly had a preference, but she says outright, if you have a preference for certain types of coins, I can give them to you.
She would ask for something that she specifically knows can be used on Ixalan.
Okay.
Yeah. As soon as you said Dorigo, I was like, oh shit, that's right.
Yes, because she can exchange money. Then she would actually give you a bag of 200 gold pieces specifically. And she is going to kind of tilt her head back and forth and say, last I recall, gold, copper, and silver was common on Ixalan. Unless there's new people minting new money, but generally.
Let's hope not.
If you find out, I would reward you handsomely for the information.
Why, thank you. Good to know. And she takes the bag and she fucks off back to the biblioplex.
Yeah, and you go to fuck off back to the biblioplex, so, and your 200 gold's heavier.
Haha.
Let me add that to the foundry. You guys aren't in the foundry.
I'm going to the foundry. I wanted to check my money. Money.
Okay.
Hello, Sarah Falin. If you guys want to put gear you have in the like party stash, so if you go over to actors and you go to the party, there's like a little square open sheet guy on the red thing that says party.
Mm-hmm.
You can do an overview of like your characters, but I also think you can look at the stash and like everybody's money. If you want to add items to the stash, you can, because I'm pretty sure that's not like affected by bulk like your sheets are.
Stash.
The way you would put stuff in is you would have to do open inventory browser and then you can like look it up. But if you just hit plus, it'll make a custom item. So I don't know if that helps you or if that is interest to you, but you guys can do that if you want, because on Foundry, since it has like all the information and stuff, you can like click on the item and it'll show you all the stuff.
Yeah.
We can compare and contrast all our shit.
It's true. 1 second.
Wow.
You can have a stroke over my fucking items. Oh my god, I'm gonna bring my mug from Nora. What the heck? That's adorable.
That would be cute.
Good to drink out of. I'm gonna bring my normal guitar bag. Okay.
It's like I put some stuff in the stash, which is fun.
How do you check the stash?
So you gotta click on. I'll show you some things. You gotta click on. You gotta go to actor, and then this.
Because I'm in the actors thing. I just don't know what to press to look at stash.
Yes, I'm circling multiple things for you to click on.
Ooh.
Do you see the thing over there by the party? I actually have been using that to look at Bloodlord stuff, which is really fun because I can check what languages you guys know. Sorry if that's cheating. It's full scale. You can see. And in here you can see your languages, your party skills, your recall knowledges. You can see exploration activities if we did exploration, but we don't do that. And then you can look at stash, which has everybody's golden items. The stash is something separate though. It's not like you can see everybody's money in the side, but like this is like non-weighed stuff. So I put stuff that the other two have in here.
Delightful.
Yes. Sorry that this is on recording. I'm just excited about it.
No,
I'm
it's
also
okay.
excited about it. This is cool.
It is cool.
Yeah.
Feel free to add stuff whenever it's stuff you want to be able to reference in the Foundry. Yeah. So, whenever you guys feel ready, I would love Ash, if you could also send me a list of the stuff that you're bringing from your inventory, because I like that Sarah did that for me.
Sure.
Slay.
Don't do that. Schlap schlap. Slap. There you go.
Yippee!
Slat. Okay, Slat.
Maybe. Hey, good girl. Are you having a nightmare? There you go.
Alrighty. So, when are you guys ready to make the jump?
I feel like as soon as the gang is together, Philid is like raring to fucking go.
Yeah, I think that's really in character and fair.
Yeah. I think whenever Motiva watches Full In pull up, she just kind of looks over and she's just like, oh, hey.
Hello. Is everyone ready?
Is everybody ready? She looks over to Nefei, who I imagine is ready to bite us for even taking this long.
Yeah, you kind of go to meet Nefe's eyes, and she kind of meets your gaze with this sort of like weak glare before looking away and like rolling up her sleeves and saying, I feel like she goes to say I'm ready, but before she's even done, you all kind of see Ashan out of the corner of your eye go to like roll his shoulder with a sigh and say, I mean, we can take a minute if you're going to act weird about it.
I'm never weird.
Oh, Flynn's gonna put on her out of disguise and disguise herself.
Okay, awesome. I think from the non-committal lack of answers from Ashan, he goes to Asai and look at each of you in turn and says, we need to all be on the same page down there.
Are we not already?
I wouldn't say so. Right now it feels like 4 people going down there instead of a group going down there.
Alright. What do we need to discuss then?
I think he's gonna point at each and every one of you and basically give you an order of points at you, Flynn. Calm down and stop thinking. Eyes up.
She looks startled.
See, stop. Eyes up.
My eyes are always up when I'm having to talk to you.
Overthinking will get you killed down there.
Mm-hmm.
So try to take in just what is around you and use that.
She gives like a little salute.
He points at Motiva. I already talked to you. And he's actually gonna look at Nefei, and he looks like he's gonna say something, and Nefei kind of just like meets his like gaze with like probably a more sour look than she even gave Motiva. And he's He's gonna say to her, you already know what to do and how to act. This plane doesn't make it any different. We're doing recon. And she actually doesn't say anything and just looks away. I have a fun question for the party.
Mhm.
Do you think... Who do you think would have been more preemptive about trying to get the scroll? Or do you think you guys waited for Liliana to give it to you?
I just imagined that Flynn picked it up immediately.
Literally, as soon as she occasionally checking it, is the scroll to get, is the scroll to get, has the scroll going.
Okay, awesome. Then Philin, you would have it.
Nice.
And Liliana would have actually told you when handing over the scroll some pertinent information about using it. Using it the second time will bring you back, but going down, she cannot guarantee where it is going to land you. Because an item was used, the assumption is a place that is either tied to that item or to the person that gave it.
Okay.
And she would say she doesn't know enough about Jace's time on Ixalan or Vraska's to make any assumptions on where on the continent that would be. But you're in luck, as far as she's aware, they had never gone as far as Torrezone, which is the other continent on that plane.
Oh my god.
But that means it could be on an island. It means it could be on the mainland. If you're unlucky, it could be a boat. So be ready. This is the best that I could do with the tools given.
Thank you.
And she would let you go. I think that would be all the advice she gives you.
Damn. I love you, Braska.
Ooh.
Yeah. Motiva's gonna look to Flynn, and she's going to say, okay, let's do this, and hope we don't get sick. Motiva immediately has her broom ready so that if she sees any amount of water, she is floating.
Yeah, I imagine it's like already between her legs. She's like holding it like kids who have brooms do, you know?
Yeah.
Prepped and ready to go. Locked and loaded.
Yeah. Alright. Flynn will read the scroll.
Alright. You read the scroll as you all are sort of in this sort of circle. I imagine you kind of just are doing it wherever. This is not anything new. You've never had to like necessarily pull yourself to the side to use teleportation scrolls, and nobody has. And you go. And there's something in this shift that feels different. It feels like holding in a breath. And it's a very subtle difference, but you can do plane shifts like blinking now. So it's poignant that this time something feels off. But you fade and you layer upon layer as you push through magically whatever stuff is between the planes. And the first thing you notice is bright sun. I have to pause and get new music. The first thing that you notice when you pull through is bright sun. When you heard Grayson Scryer, Bim is her name, a Lorehold student, you remember that one of her first descriptions of the scrying spell was that everything seemed too vivid and too bright. That's an interesting descriptor to hear when you were just on a plane of two suns. It's always bright. It's very rarely dark enough to really count for anything. But that's just because of the volume, the fact that there's two of them, the fact that the orbit is off. The sun beats down on you like a spotlight in a way that is unfamiliar to either of you, as you are immediately stepping from a cool, brisk, clear morning to drenched humidity. And that's the first thing you feel. Because the second thing you feel, you hear the splash of water as you feel up to your knees in it. Motiva, you guys are familiar enough with plane hopping and you were ready. I'll say that the minute you have any inkling, you're up in the air, but you don't escape without getting your boots a little wet. As Felin, you sink down into surf along a curling coastline that all three of the rest of you have to clamber out of. Nefay considerably slower than the rest of you, as she is actually wearing armored clothing. One of the first times you've ever seen her wear armor. And as you sort of crawl out of the surf, as the waves sort of slap you in the back of the knees, you are... I wish there was a better way to describe it. On a winding coast. The caw of seagulls above. No other land masses on the horizon. And about 30 feet up the sand dunes, a dense tree line. And past that, unimaginably tall mountains. What do you think you do first?
Can we gather like what time of day it is?
Roll me a survival.
Ew.
And while you do that, if you mention that that's what you're doing, Ashan actually will cast No Direction.
Yes. The Eleni dice have fucked me again. 6
Just
total.
like Elaney. 6 total.
Yeah. Yeah, 6 total.
All right. Okay. Very slay.
Can Motiva also try to know?
Yeah. Roll me a survival.
Uh, 18. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just
literally.
looking around with big old
Even-
drow eyes, just like,
Even with the fucking sunglasses at this point. She's like, what?
Awesome. 1 second. Sorry, one second.
You're okay.
Okay, awesome. Sorry, I was writing something down and the tool didn't want to help me. Okay, Motiva, what was your roll? 18? Okay, awesome.
Yes.
I will say that it's probably... It's hard to get a read before you really know what direction is which thankfully Ashan will actually supply to you. The coastline, one side runs to the north and one side runs to the south west. So the tree line and the mountains are to the west and northwest. But with that information, you can kind of glean that it must still be morning. So the sun hasn't even reached its zenith yet.
Oh.
And I think Ashan kind of just looks around and looks at sort of this desolate area and doesn't seem bothered before kind of just looking to the two of you and say, pick a direction. It's what recon is. You pick a direction and you walk and hope you find something.
Yep. So you said that we were along a shoreline.
Yes.
Into the shoreline is a jungle, and then into that is mountains.
Yes.
River runs north and southeast.
There is no river. You were just on a coast.
Well, that's the coast.
The beach, yes. Me staring at this map.
Motiva's gonna look to Falin and Nefay and just say, I'm sorry, I don't know Eleni. I don't know what direction they would have taken. My greatest assumption is that we're sticking by water.
Well, not necessarily. If we can find a river, then we can follow that. But the last they were seen, they were in the middle of the jungle.
Okay.
And I have a semantics question for God.
Yeah, what's up?
So for the Wanderer's Guide spell, it says that you choose a destination and then it shows you to it. I assume just saying the Sun Empire would be too broad.
Well, look. Let me look at it. Spell. There we go. Yep, okay, it does not give you a route to a destination you don't know, but I'm also willing to tell you this, because Jace would have probably at the very least been able to mention it. The Sun Empire is not a city, it is multiple city-states. The Sun Empire is like a faction.
Yeah, that's what I meant, is I assume it would be too broad.
Yeah, because it's not a location.
Okay.
Would we know one of the cities then? Do you think? Falin did a lot of research, and so did Tiva.
Yeah, I can do that. 1 second. I can tell you these city-states. 1 second.
Also, it doesn't say that I... But okay, never mind. I confused myself. Go ahead.
I think I was just gonna say that I'm gonna tell you all of these city-states. 1 second.
Mm.
Let me get to them. Okay, awesome. So there is currently... There used to be 4 city-states, and now there's technically 5, with a citation that I will give you in a minute, right? I am getting these ready so I can, like, copy-paste them to you, because nobody's gonna know how to pronounce these.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So, the 4 main city-states that you would have learned about in your research. This doesn't even require, like, a college knowledge roll, because I imagine you're like, I'm gonna at least try to get the vibes of Ixalan, right? So, the first one, that would be the one that was talked about the most, because it's actually the seat of the Emperor, is Pachatupa. There is also Adzokan, Otepec, and Quetzalcoatl. So those make up the 4 main ones, right? And then the technical one, that's the 5th one, is Orazca. And you would have only learned about Orazca in more new publications. And also history books, because Orazca, it was actually like the lost city of gold. But it was actually reclaimed and turned into a hub after the War of the Spark, because of the race for the immortal sun. So people now live there.
Okay.
So if you are going to pick just a town name, to kind of make your way through it, I think the wording of Wanderer's Guide is a really confusing spell, and a lot of people say that they're like, oh, it doesn't work for places that you don't know. But, like, I'm gonna say if you know generally about them, then you can use it for that. But if it's
Awesome.
like an area that you don't know at all and you don't know exists, you can't use that.
Well, yeah. Okay. I guess I think Fallen will look to the party and ask if anyone has any preferences for a city to go to, because she's going to want to go to one of those cities.
How many times can you use that spell?
Once per day currently. If we get to a city, though, it would be easier to get directions to the other ones, I imagine, if we intend on going to multiple.
If Falin knew about these cities, would it be possible for her to deduce any cities that weren't probably here? Like, aren't the closest?
That's a good question.
Say.
I'll roll a
Like-
recall knowledge, but that is a stretch, so it might not be very easy to do.
Yeah.
I will roll a recall knowledge.
Actually, hold on. Actually. I would like to join pasts with Falin.
Oh my god.
What does that do?
I touch her forehead. And then I do all of this.
Okay, then roll an aid with a lore skill.
I'm going to use folklore lore. Awesome. That makes it 22.
Wow!
Okay, 1 second. Let me go look at aid really quick again, because aid is different in Pathfinder.
I am a master with the check, so the bonus might be a +3.
Wow.
Okay. So you are going to get a +1 to your thing that I do for you, Philin.
But I have oh wait, never mind.
+1 is for
Don't
a
worry.
normal success. It's more if it's a critical.
Yes, excuse me.
Yeah, it's just that it's different than Starfinder.
Bam, bam, bam.
Okay. So, Philin, when you were doing your research, you never stumbled upon any maps. Whether it be because you had just not seen any books that had them, maybe not looked in the right direction, maybe just bad luck. You did have a time limit. You do know that there is one city-state described on being a coastal plain, but a majority of Sun Empire cities are by the water in some regards, whether it be by the actual coastline or by river. So the one that's known for being on a coastal plain is Adzokan, but whether that is actually near you or if it means it's near this particular beach is up in the air.
Nice. If I'm aware that some of them are by sources of water, would I be able to have known which ones were by rivers specifically?
I'm gonna say no because it's a lot of them.
Fair. Okay.
Most of them, all cities in the Sun Empire are by water. I can tell you that.
Okay. Then she will share that information about Azukan with the gang.
Yeah. Also, unfortunately, you rolled really bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's still good information.
It's true. It's more than you had a minute ago.
Yeah.
Lynn.
Oh, what?
I said, welcome to Rollin' and Bowlin'. We get what we roll. Okay. Motiva's going to shrug and just say, well, you said check the jungle first, so we check the jungle first.
Do you want to set a route for Azatkan? Or do you want to do some jungle wandering first?
It would be pretty good for us to have a place to go to after all of the wandering through the jungle in case there isn't anybody there, so.
Well, when I cast the spell, we have to stay on a specific route, otherwise the spell fails.
Okay.
So I guess it's just a matter of, do I cast it now or later?
I guess later.
You mentioning that is a really good thing because Ashan's idea was going to be like, oh, I mean, you can do it and we can just wander and then we know which direction the city is in even as we wander, but then he's like, nah, never mind.
We'll just know the direction whenever we need to leave the fuck-ass jungle.
Flynn is actually going to look to Nefay and Ashan and say, you have been scouting together in other planes, so I will go where you think is best.
Fulin says that, and Motiva immediately takes for hovering around the tops of the trees in the jungle.
What's up?
Motiva's going to go fly up to the top of the jungle and look around it.
Hold up, don't wander off. Get back here.
Is that God or?
That's a Sean. He says it exactly like that.
Okay. Motiva immediately comes back and she just looks at him.
He is going to walk up and put a hand on your broom, actually, and then look to Falin, who says that, and give a nod, and then also kind of glance at Faye glances at Nefay before looking back at you and saying, then I'll find a heading. And then he's gonna look over to Motiva and say, if you'd be so kind, take me up there with you.
I can do that. And she's gonna pull him up on, and she's gonna hop.
Slay. Ashan will kind of give a parting comment of eyes up high gives you a lot of information. And is going to do that. And Falin, you are awkwardly left on the beach with Nefay. 1 second. Okay, awesome. So, I assume while you're up here, Motiva, you are seeking, you're searching with Ashan?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I rolled for you, but I didn't want to assume. Okay, so you get kind of up high, and it's to the tops of the trees, and it's not super far away. You still have a pretty good visual on the other two. But these trees are old, so they're pretty up there, right? And you kind of scan around, and you're kind of again brought to this sort of like awe of pure open ocean and huge green mountains and thick tree cover. It's not like woods that you've seen before, or even woods that you've seen back home, where it's like, okay, every once in a while there's like a pocket where there must have been a copse, or there might be a town, or there might be a house. You don't see very many breaks at all in the tree cover, except for the things of note that you notice is that to the north, you see along the coastline, a river delta breaks up the coastline before it keeps going north. And that river goes due west from where it's at.
Okay.
I can actually show you a snip because that's a section that has no words on it.
Ooh.
Yes, so I'm going to show you really quick what this looks like for you. And then I'm going to mention some of the things that I can't show on a snip.
You see pirates. They're looking at you. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Ashan looking towards the jungle and towards the sort of direction that Falin told us that she wants to search. You hear him kind of mention that he sees structures in the distance to the north and northwest that could mean cities over there. But as he's saying this, I don't want to say you're not listening, because you are listening, right? But you notice something far closer and potentially more worrying. Because you see to the south, the coast kind of curves to the west and kind of curves inward again. And you see that there is an island off the coast of that, that has a fort on it. And you see due west is another river delta with another fort. And even farther than that, across the bay, you see another island with a fort.
She's gonna like pat him and she's gonna say, Sean,
What?
we're fucking surrounded.
You see that he's kind of doing this thing where he's sitting on it technically, but he also like has his hand like on your shoulder, and he's almost like on one knee on it to try to like get even higher to like look, right? He's trying to squint in the distance, and he goes to kind of like curve his head back around to where you see it, and he takes in the sort of like area that you're in, and he says, Well, I guess at least we're not in the middle of nowhere, but I feel like I would know more of what to expect if we were. Let's go down and tell him.
Okay.
Uh,
Soup. Good.
while they were up there, could Flynn have been looking around for any signs of people on the ground?
Any signs of people on the ground?
Yeah, any, like, evidence that people might have been here at some point?
Yes, I'll roll for that. And I have a question for you. That's a very specific question, but I would love to know. Are you just kind of so I imagine you're not running off too far necessarily, right? But are you staying fully planted where Ashan left you, or are you moving around to investigate this?
I think she's moving around a little bit. I think
Okay.
she's not getting super far away.
Okay. Okay. Nefei
think
would
so.
kind of wander with you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say she would tell Nefei, like, I'm gonna look around for any signs of something.
Okay, awesome. Nefei would kind of just nod and start kind of walking up the sand dunes with you as you're kind of looking around. And something to note, I mentioned this in the water, but it is going to become more and more apparent as you are traveling with Nefei. Actually, she's really slow. I can tell you mechanically her speed is 15.
Whoa!
Whether it be because of the gear she has, whether it be because of her armor that she's wearing, which to be fair doesn't look like heavy metal armor. It's not like plate mail, right? It could be any number of reasons. It could even just be because even though she's been on recon before, she's from a very urban area. You can't really pick up the reason why, but this will become very apparent the longer you are traveling with her. That her pace is setting the pace of everybody else's.
Oh boy.
But as you kind of walk a little bit up the beach, you notice something of note that I think stands out. It's not the same thing as evidence of people. You're not going to find footprints. You're not going to find that sort of thing. But you do see... Hold on. There's a lot of things that are in this area, actually. So you can see.
Dinosaurs.
There might be dinosaurs. You see, as you kind of come up the beach a little bit, hidden behind a sand dune and half buried by it, which is probably why you didn't notice it the minute that you had landed, is actually the bow of a ship, like a galleon.
Oh my god.
That looks shipwrecked. And it looks like this.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
It's a ship. It's boat
It is
time.
black for me.
Oh. Well, hold on. Every day.
Oh, it's black for me.
Every day I wake up.
We holding hands in the foundry. Oh!
Wow.
Okay.
Oh my god! Wow.
Hi.
It's a boat.
It's a boat.
So that is something that you can investigate if you like. But Motiva and Ashan are coming back down. Sorry that Ashan is so far away from you. I didn't know when this would come up, so I just kind of put him generally. So there you guys are. You guys are together as you kind of come down. And Ashan almost, you know that thing that annoying boys do, where like when they're tall, they have to reach up and touch the door frame? In almost the equivalency of that, whenever like you're within like 15 feet of the ground, Ashan just jumps off.
Oh my god.
God.
Taps the broom.
Motiva, sweating, staring at him. What the fuck are you doing?
What?
She's gonna. Oh my god. She's gonna ignore annoying boy and she's gonna look at Nefei and Falin, who I imagine look startled.
Yeah.
She's gonna look at them and just be like, "What the hell? Why? Wait, why do you guys look scared? We have scary news. Why do you look scared?"
Fulham pointing to the boat.
I look at the boat.
It's a boat.
It's a boat.
I just wasn't expecting it.
I
What
mean,
did you
that's fair. Oh, you know, we're probably surrounded by pirates.
Oh. I guess that explains the boat.
Ashan is going to look over to both of you that were on the ground and kind of get you up to speed, where it's like, yeah, up north we saw a river delta and 2 maybe cities. But then to the west we found a lot of forts, a river delta. And yeah, 3 of them.
I guess we should go for that north river delta, right? So we don't have to deal with pirates, hopefully.
You don't think we can deal with pirates?
I think we can, I just don't want to.
Nefei kind of speaks up and says, I mean, are pirates an issue on land around here?
I imagine pirates are an issue any vertice they're on, to be honest.
I always figured that land pirates were just bandits.
That is a good point. At what point does a pirate become a bandit and a bandit become a pirate?
How much water he's got?
Well, they are surrounded by water, so I imagine they're beach pirates.
Hybrids.
Oh my god.
That's so funny.
She's gonna look and she's gonna slide past everybody and she's gonna see if this boat has anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll roll a search for you. 1 second.
Mativa's just gonna womble about and just be like, you can't steal from pirates.
That's technically true.
Give me just 1 second. I'm trying to give you a snip and censor a bunch of shit on this map so I can actually show you what you were looking at.
Ah, fair.
Thank you, but it's kind of difficult. But it's okay because you're just going to see scratch marks and you're going to be like, okay, that's one of the places that looked like it had a city. Okay, this looks good enough. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna also pause and go use the bathroom really quick, but here you go.
Ooh.
Okay, awesome. You can keep talking. I'm gonna roll your look-see checks now.
Thank you. While Motiva is like fucking slapping, kicking, and throwing around in the sand to see if she can grab some free stuff, she's like calling out and she's like, okay, so we can't go through the jungle. We had to go north then?
It seems like the best option.
Okay. Hold on, I'm looking at everybody's bonuses. You guys are so good at perception. Okay, so a couple things that you learn that are of note about this ship, right? You're looking through the things. Everything in here, if it could have been salvageable, looks rotten. Most of the things in crates on this ship actually was some food, but mostly textiles, which I think sticks of note to you. And you also find some crates of like weaponry, like swords and shields that are pitted and salt crusted and barnacled. But two things of note that I think stick out to you is that one, you don't find any bodies. Shipwrecks are generally a source of tragedy. And yes, in the time of sailing, you did actually have a high chance of surviving if you ran aground. Not dying via the running aground. But the fact that there is none and seems to be no like makeshift graves higher up on the dunes is a little bit interesting. And two, all of these things together kind of make you think that like this is something that happened a decent amount of time ago. There kind of is this thought in your head that's like, oh, it must have like they must have gotten rescued or anything of note probably got taken because it is so close to like settlements. Hold on, let me bring sister up with you. But another thing that you notice is you actually hear a noise. You hear labored breathing in a way that is almost like panting, where each exhale has a little noise of agony.
I'm immediately going towards that noise.
What's awesome is that by the time you get... I'm going to move you to show you how quickly this happens. You take one step, and then two. And then the source of the noise actually steps out. As you see a woman. And there is a lot of things about this woman's appearance that is almost jarring to take in. Because you see that she has long, almost like irrationally long hair. Impractically long hair. You're the first one that, you know, could say something about it. As it reaches the backs of her knees. And you see that she is wearing a bright orange ball gown. Tattered and torn by the edges as she takes a step forward and falls to her knees. Almost instantly as she does this, you see that there is actually another figure that goes almost to grab her elbow to help her up. As they start muttering to each other. And I don't want to say that it seems like they don't notice you, but it seems like they don't notice you, the level of ignoring you they are doing.
Motiva looks over to Nefei and Ashawn like they're the fucking camera in the office.
Yeah, I was gonna say!
Ashawn is already in front of you, Motiva. I want you to know that. I want you to know that biblically.
Felina's gonna call out. And she's gonna say, "Are you alright?"
I am now going to describe to you a conversation you overhear these two having, and I am going to feel very cringe about it, so you have to be kind to me.
Okay.
You see the second figure, short hair, an androgynous looking woman, wearing armor. What is most notable about this armor is that it gleams gold in the sunlight. A very flashy choice to match how flashy this other person is dressed. And she kind of kneels down at the elbow of this woman who is almost like rocking herself. And she says, "My lady, we can't go much farther. We have to turn back." And you hear this woman, almost before she looks up to notice you, is like, I I feel the pull. The Venerable would never mislead me. And you see that she looks up at the same time as the other looks up, and when you call out. Very close. Again, alarmingly close for how in their own world they seemed. And I don't know if it is like anything you personally have seen, Falin, but there is like a glaze over this woman's eyes as she sort of looks to you and goes to stand up. As she goes to say, sounding as if she's about to faint, we're about to be begotten by ruffians.
Oh my
You-
god.
You guys are dressed
This
like
is whenever
pirates.
she's- Yeah, that's like the moment whenever Motiva breaks up at this point. She's been like, oh my god, these people are hurt. We're about to be begot by ruffians. Oh my fucking god.
Ruffians? Is somebody chasing you?
Fallen, we look like pirates.
Oh. We are not here to cause you trouble.
She throws out a hand in front of her and says, I won't fall to your lies.
That's a healer. She points to Flynn's. That's a healer. You need healing?
You're holding up her hand. You seemed to be hurting earlier. Are you in pain?
Are you also one of the chosen?
What the fuck?
Blessed?
In a way, I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Blessed with a thick ass.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey.
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 1 second. I am...
Combat starts.
Oh no, don't worry, you haven't fucked up yet. I'm trying to find a specific thing, but I've lost it.
I have the blessed black background. Does that count?
If you said yes, you wouldn't be lying. You just don't know what she's talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You see as you're sort of interacting together, the person that's sort of holding her up goes to like take a step back, almost to like drag her a little bit away from you. But before she can say anything, the woman in the ball gown goes to speak up once more and says, "No, you're here to lead me astray. You're here to lead me off of the path of righteousness."
What?
My fast is holy work.
Oh! Motiva's gonna pull up and just say, oh, you're fasting?
Yes, I'm
What
doing
are you-
it to become more connected.
What are you fasting from?
She goes to kind of look at you, and then look at Falin, and looks at your two companions and says, "You're interlopers? You're bad
No.
people, right?"
Do you want us to be bad people?
It would be very
are-
convenient.
Oh my god.
Do you need to be running into bad people?
Are you threatening me? Hey, can I start Aura Read?
I would love if you could start Aura Read. Sorry that this is all over the place. This is how this encounter is written.
I'm
No, it's
delighted
okay.
by it.
I'm delighted.
She looks like she is simultaneously on another realm and about to pass out.
Oh my god.
Is it possible for me to do Aura Sight and Lie to Me at the same time?
Ooh.
They're not actions.
It might be. I think so, because I think Lie to Me isn't an action. Lie to Me is just if somebody is deceiving you, you use a different check for it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to check Aura Sight really quick, because I think that there is specifics. Okay, so you can't blink, and...
I can't do much. I have to just
Yes.
I can only basically, like, talk
Yeah.
and, like, slow walk.
Yeah, you can talk, but you can't, like, use actions while doing it. Like, so you can't, like, coerce, you can't diplomacy, like, make impressions and that sort of thing.
Yes, okay.
But yes, you can definitely do that. I'm going to do that roll really quick. And then I will continue on the conversation, because you have to rack up some minutes doing, a minute doing this.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Sorry. Was Sarah saying something when that was happening? Because if not, these bozos have more to say.
She was asking if she needs to be meeting bad people.
That's a
Like
really
if
good question.
Is that what they're hoping for?
You see that she kind of looks at you for a second, and she almost, like, stares at you like you're something fascinating, like a piece of art in a gallery, or like a hypnotic picture. As once again the person holding her up goes to kind of pull her back a bit and says, I think that... Actually, hold on. I'm going to roll really quick to see if you overhear this conversation, because I don't think that they're saying this loud enough for Falin. But Falin, you kind of hear this exchange happen as she's pulled away from you. And the person in armor says, please, we might be in a situation now. If you can take from me, it's fine. And she almost, like, thrashes in her arms and says, no, you're so devoted, you're so righteous, I can't do that to you. And then she says, she goes to look over at you, Falin, and says, if you are black of heart and dark of morals, then I have come to cleanse you from this world.
Oh, well, I'm not that.
Please don't do that.
Fall to your knees and repent.
I am a priestess. I don't need to repent for anything.
Oh,
I've already done my repenting.
I'm sure somebody would like to see you on your knees.
Oh, hush.
I'm sorry, that's really good. That's really funny. Okay, awesome. So, for Aura Sight, what's really fun about Aura Sight is it's really specific, but it gives you a lot of leeway in, like, the stuff you can glean, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start kind of in order. Attitude towards you, surprisingly, is actually indifferent. She has not been moved in either particular direction interacting with you, which gives you the feeling that she is acting like this for a particular reason, right? And not because you have angered her or done anything. A current apparent emotional state, alarmingly not distressed. There is almost like this overwhelming feeling of of need and of restlessness for emotional state. And
Okay.
then a general assessment of physical health and conditions and afflictions. I need you to roll me an occultism check.
Oh.
Well, I'm amazing at occultism, so you're about to get your mind fucking blown. God, I'm so good at occultism. 30?
Awesome. So this person is not being deceptive. Technically, neither of them are, right? You look at this situation and you are astounded by what's happening in front of you. It doesn't make sense, the pieces that you're getting and the pieces that you need. So you're honing in on this person. I assume you are specifically honing in on the woman in the dress.
Mm-hmm.
You have come to know a lot about this affliction the longer you've been at Strixhaven. That's a vampire.
Oh.
Mativa's gonna smile and she's gonna say, "Oh, do you need me to be a bad person so you can have some of my blood?"
Offerings of blood of the wicked is righteous. It's holy. Don't talk down to me. I'm better than you.
Oh!
I'm better than you.
I'm sorry, real quick, can I ask you if Faye and Sean are taking this?
I think, okay, so here's the thing. I think Ashawn was very quick to being, like, in front of you. Like, I am here if shit goes down. I'm ready to fight. He's, like, half on this boat that was in front of you. He is, like, determined to be, like, in front of you specifically. And I think that he's, like, keyed up. But, like, okay. This is also going to fold into how Nefei is feeling about this. This is not only a bewildering conversation, but if she sounds whiny and bratty, that's on purpose. That's how she's actually sounding, right? So, the longer you are talking to her, like, the less Ashawn considers this a real threat and is actually more eyeing the person in armor, right? That is mostly just because of how you know Ashawn is. Nefei seems to not be taking this conversation seriously at all. And, like, I want to say that, like, maybe not immediately right now, but, like, I think, like, within a couple seconds, Nefei is actually probably going to speak up and say, let's just fucking... If they want to walk around in the sand and starve, that's their business.
This is fair enough. Do you think she's gonna turn to the party and kind of like whisper a bit? Do you think we could ask if they've seen Eleni, maybe?
Actually, Eleni would be the least of their problems. Go ahead and ask.
And if Sean and Nefei don't have anything to say, she will turn around and start asking.
Okay, awesome. How would you word that? I would love to know.
Lynn would turn around, clasp her hands together, try to be very polite. Say, we can get out of your hair. But have you by any chance seen a person that looks like they're made of water?
I love hearing people describe Eleni because then I remember that Eleni just looks like that, you know?
Yeah. There's no other real way to describe them. The foundation of Eleni is Wawa.
Just
Wawa.
Wawa. Translucent as shit. I think that the woman kind of, like, hears you and then kind of, like, looks at a spot over your right shoulder a bit, as she sways and says, If you're speaking to me of mirages and merfolk, I know little of them. Wouldn't your kinsman be more familiar with them?
We have not
Possibly.
found any luck with that.
Yes, not for this specific person.
And actually, this one is actually gonna step forward a little bit closer to you, Flynn. And you're very perceptive. You're very insightful. You're a very wise person. Um, there is a way of approaching people, I think, where you are intentionally trying to make yourself smaller, as if intentionally trying to seem non-threatening. And she is actually going to take another step closer to you and kind of speak to you if you would allow her to get that close.
Philin would.
Awesome. Please, is how she starts. And she puts a hand out, like in a placating motion, as she goes to say, I doubt my lady will listen to me. I would ask you if you truly are not a bad person, as you say, an act of charity and mercy. I can make it as painless as possible. Would you allow her to break her fast?
Oh my god.
She would never ask you. It's very personal to her, but it is hard to protect someone when they are this close to starvation.
Phelin's gonna
Please.
kind of glance at the lady, then glance back to her friends, and kind of whisper like, I would like to.
Oh my fucking god.
You see immediate relief wash over this woman's face as she's like, okay, all right. If she goes off on one of her tangents, I apologize, but we don't need to do a full right. That's not what this is. It's fine. Do you have a preference on the drawing?
I feel like Flynn, having done the fucking donate blood for a vampire today at Strixhaven, is gonna point to a spot that they usually draw the blood from.
Oh my god.
Good. Yes. All right. Yeah, this woman that you just met is going to delicately take your hand, and is going to kind of go up to the spot on the arm and is going to draw a line across it. I feel like with almost like this sort of like curved hook that's on the end of like the thumb of the gauntlet, right? And it starts to free flow a bit faster than you would normally feel comfortable with, but not a terrible amount. And in a language that none of you know, you've heard people recite blessings over things before. As this person in armor goes to recite something and is going to call over, going to drag over this one. And after a bit of sort of awkward, fervent murmuring, she is going to drink from you a little bit. I'm not going to take a lot of HP. Kind of just enough to take the edge off. So I'll say 5 if you're willing to give that much. If you stop her before then, that's also fine. You're able to do that.
Flynn will not stop her.
Okay, it's like, don't worry, the person in armor will stop her. And you see afterwards, you are actually given. Let me go to that sheet really quick.
Why is it spicy?
Why is it spicy?
Why is it spicy?
Such a flavor intrigues. It is a new creature. You sure are an elf.
That's true. I don't look like one. Don't ask about my blood.
It has a very umami flavor.
Okay, actually, I forgot this character can't do that. So I actually think the person in armor goes to kind of delicately wrap your arm with sort of a bit of makeshift cloth that they rip off of a part of some of their padding. And almost instantly, in an act that is, again, kind of bewildering about these two, instead of going to continue to say stuff to you, this woman's first bit of business is to turn to the woman that just drank from you and to clean up her face and sort of saying cradle her sounds really intimate, but that's what it feels like. It feels like they are gal pals. They're roommates. History would remember them as best friends. Found him. That's the vibe you're getting. You're getting a should I be here? Like every time they're interacting directly.
Oh my god.
Mochiva's gonna fucking elbow Full in and just say, fucking heal yourself.
It's fine.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm beefy. I can handle more than this.
You're about as beefy as a fucking Slim Jim, Flynn.
Ashawn speaking up like, are we good here?
I'm good.
Are we good to go?
We just keep looking back and they're making out on the beach. And we're just like...
As you guys are all having this moment, the woman in armor still kind of making sure that the woman in the ball gown is recovering, goes to say, thank you, really. It's not much. If ever you are in the south near Queens Bay, if you mention that you have done a boon for Lady Renata, you will have safe passage.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
That's all I can offer you. Unfortunately, my gear and our items will be needed for our continued trek.
Okay. Motiva's gonna pull out her coin pouch and she's going to pass along 10 gold. We did 2 boons then, didn't we?
I'm silly. What was the second one?
Motiva passed along 10 gold and it says, now I have done 2 boons.
Oh, you're trying to get them more in debt to you. Oh, that's really smart. Hold on, because I actually don't think they would pick up on that. The Lady Renata goes to kind of take it, still looking a bit delirious, but a bit less, hypnotized. Kind of holds the gold in her hands and takes a second to kind of like look at it and say, your tithe to the Church and Crown is appreciated.
You know what? You really do need that. You should get her somewhere cold and not so bright.
I try my best to lead her, but on fasts like this, you must follow the signs given to you. So if she told me to
What
walk
did
into
the
the
sign
sea
say?
at this moment, then I would do it. Because that is what the Venerable would have wanted us to do.
What are the signs saying with walking along a beach surrounded by forts in a ball gown, say?
I will ignore your tone, because you have shown to be very kind.
I am not trying to have a tone. I am just worried.
You see that she goes to sigh, and she also looks worried. May I have the pleasure of also knowing our benefactors' names?
Motivation.
Felin.
Nefei will give her full name, Nefei Bandari, and Asham does not say anything. He's looking at these two broads like they're crazy.
Motiva just looks at him and is just like, when will you do that for me?
Oh, do you want to drink deep of my life's blood?
Ew.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But the woman in armor goes to say, and I thank all of you for your good deed. Is what she settles on after a bit of thinking over what to call this.
It was of no issue. What is your name?
I am Verana.
And that is your lady
Renata.
Renata?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we wish you luck with the rest of your journey.
Thank you. And you see that she goes to look at Renata and go to kind of pick her up off the ground with a gentle, come on. And is going to kind of lead her over to the tree line. Motiva noticing her following a little bit of your advice.
Wow.
Wow.
You solved my lesbian puzzle.
Yay!
Yay! The lesbians! We've solved them!
You've solved
We've
them.
solved them.
Solved lesbianism.
Yeah.
You gotta give them blood.
You gotta give some of them blood and let them make out on a beach somewhere. Hey, do you want to hear something really fun?
Yes.
This was what the Water Surf Prediction was talking about.
Oh.
If you didn't give her blood, she would have gone into a rapture. Yay!
Oh!
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh.
Blood fasts are fucked up.
Man.
Anyways, they're out in the world now.
Not causing a rapture.
Yeah. No one has to die.
Cool.
Man.
Man. Okay, awesome. So now you know that if you go south to a place called Queens Bay, you have people that will let you have safe passage. You know that there is towns up north and a river delta up north, so I would love to know what you guys want to do next. Nefei and Ashan are just like, we all saw that, right?
Yeah. That's it. Happen.
sure did happen.
Sure did.
Well,
I don't know if I want to go down to Queens Bay.
I don't either.
yeah, it's not calling to me. I don't think that's the way.
Well, that's one direction. Ashan starts walking along the beach to the north.
Yeah. Whee!
Yippee!
God.
I stomp on the lesbians. You can't get my blood today! The lesbian surrounds her guard.
Oh, how the tables have
Circles like
tabled.
Helga.
All right. So you guys are going to head out north?
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. We get to talk about exploration activities.
Yippee!
So, exploration activities are very specific things you can do while traveling. Because I'll tell you, this is not a quick travel. So, Wanderer's Guide shows you if you go into actions and then go into exploration. It'll show you all of the stuff you can do. Most of this is just like stuff you do whenever you are not in combat, right? But you can also go to... Let me check to make sure I'm not lying. Never mind. The exploration thing doesn't use your best judgment on what you think makes sense for your characters for the exploration guides.
Affix a talisman. I think I'm going to be covering tracks.
Okay, slay.
I think
Uh,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think the way I want to flavor this is since we're on stand, what Motiva does is she makes her broom a living object that sweeps the
Yeah.
footprints behind them.
I think that's a good idea.
I love that.
Please continue.
Helena's going to be investigating as we go.
Okay, slay. Let me look at investigating also. So I want Motiva, go ahead and give me your survival really quick.
Not that good, Holmes. My survival DC is 17.
What do you mean your DC?
If something wants to track me, they have to check against my survival DC.
Yes.
Aww.
Sorry. The mental math wasn't mathing in my head for some reason.
No, it's okay. I got you.
Okay, let me do your recall knowledge for you, really quick.
Yippee!
What are we recalling knowledge for?
For an investigate.
Yes. I am going to be full disclosure because you are in the wilderness. I'm going to use your nature if that's okay.
Aw.
I'm sorry.
Yes, okay.
If you're looking for whack shit, then I would let you use like an arcana or something, but it's just because you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Are you rolling nature for something? I can help. I can't actually
No,
help.
you're
I'm
busy
too
covering
busy.
tracks. Okay, let me go. What's the asterisk on your guy? Oh, cool, slay.
To identify mental magic.
That's kind of
Because of my
slay.
staff.
Your staff. Okay, slay.
My staff.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, you guys, go up. Motiva, at this point, I feel like you feel pretty confident in how you're doing with covering tracks. But it is not, you can't really tell right now if it's working. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where you just kind of have to do your best and hope for the best.
Yeah.
But Felin, something that I think that you kind of pick up as far as clues. Let me look at it again. Investigate. Okay, awesome. Your roll was pretty good. I think something that you kind of pick up while traveling is something that I mentioned in the beginning. And it's something that we technically know a little bit above table, but it's something really interesting that Felin gets to kind of pick up on as you're sort of traveling. Both you and Motiva doing this kind of slows down your travel, but I mean, Nefei was going to slow you down regardless, right? You walk along this beach under this beating sun, and you follow a deity that is associated with light. You, again, are used to living on a plane with two suns. You count only one sun in the sky, but you feel like this sun is so much more powerful than it is on Arcavios, or it is in the parts of Exandria that aren't covered in night. And it kind of puts this little, like, ticking idea in your mind that the sun on this plane could have its own sort of magical influence.
Yeah, sorry, can you say
Oh, yeah, sorry.
just
Oh, the last thing? Oh, that the sun has kind of like a, it might have its own magical influence, basically.
Oh.
Yeah. It could be like a thing, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah. But otherwise, most of the stuff you pick up on is stuff that I feel like you might know about beaches in the wilds. Naturally, I do think at some point you guys see dinosaurs. You probably see like pterodons flying above you, or like
Fun.
you'll see like a raptor peek out of the bushes and like go back into like the jungle and stuff like that.
Someone's
Scream.
taking pictures with her phone.
Oh fuck! I keep forgetting that 3 out of 4 of you guys have phones. You guys just taking pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Sean is taking pictures. That's what his exploration activity is.
Yeah.
He's having a good time. This is enrichment. Sorry, was somebody about to say something?
Oh, I was gonna say, Motiva would outright tell Nefei, like, hey, if we split up, always make sure you're with one of us, because if you're with one of us, we'll always be able to stay in contact.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, but like, I'm helping.
Yeah, I know. You see, like, so you clock kind of in this interaction that for a minute, Nefei seemed like she wanted to snap at you before she kind of turned resigned at you saying, like, I'm trying to help.
Motiva's gonna, like, stare for a second and just, do you want me to carry your armor?
I can carry my own armor. I got it.
Can I sense motive on Nefei?
Yeah. I'll roll that really quick.
Hey, baby girl, you okay?
Okay. I think what you kind of glean from this is mostly frustration. But that's about as far as you can get. Unfortunately, neither of you. I know it's mostly Falin doing the role, but you're not actually that close with Nefei, so you can't really dig any deeper than that.
Yep.
But it kind of ties in some of the ways that Nefei has been acting for the majority of this trip.
Damn. Motiva, keep fucking sweeping.
You keep sweeping. You keep sweeping, and you guys keep walking. And something kind of interesting happens as you go to walk. You get to the point where you can kind of see the river, the big river delta come into place with this sort of huge island. It's a huge river, right? But before you even get all the way there, you see the sun start to set.
Oh.
And when dusk happens, it's, you know, how you would expect it. It's red sunset on ocean. It's dimming light. What is different is, at least for both Motiva and Falin, I don't think you guys have been somewhere at night where there is no lights in the distance. And so it is almost, after an entire day of walking in this burning furnace of sunlight, it is rapidly becoming pitch black.
I have amazing news. Motiva busts out her hooded lantern.
Yeah.
Thank God.
You definitely can. You guys have like low light vision, and then the NPCs have dark vision, but it's just unnerving. You know, it's not like walking down like a dark street where you can see a road light up ahead. It's not like Rosona where it gets dark but there's like lanterns. It's like you are in the wilderness, and I feel like that kind of like sets the tone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Amazing news. I was actually waiting for it to get dark. Motiva is going to give the lantern to Falin, and she's going to say, "Give me a second." And she's going to fly up, 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 and see if there's lights of civilization.
That's a really
Ooh,
good
Lord.
idea. Okay. I'm gonna roll your perception really quick. Okay, what do you get? A plus?
I have a +7.
+7. Okay. Okay, sorry, 1 second. I'm moving stuff really quick. So you get up there, and I have a snip of this map to kind of illustrate what I'm about to say to you. Because you go up there and you're like, oh, I'll be able to see lights of civilization, like we'll be able to see stuff in the distance. It's the perfect time to see if there's any civilization out here, any settlements, even campfires, right? And you look around, and it kind of goes back to something that I said where you were almost overcome as you look over this huge expanse of wilderness that you are on the edge of. And it is almost hard to see, the forest for the trees. It's hard to pinpoint it because I feel like you hope that the starlight and the moonlight and the darkness will help pull light sources, and you do see some. You see two things that could be larger cities, and you see a light source that's a lot closer, but you feel like you should be able to see more, and the fact that there is so few is almost daunting to someone with low light vision, right? This is me narrating that you got a bad roll. I'm really sorry, but these are the three places that you definitely see light.
Bang. I was gonna say, if it's possible, could I share senses with Sister, because she has actual dark vision, which is fucked up, might I say?
Yeah, I'll have to look into what, trying to, do multiple of the same rolls back to back to try to get a success looks like. But I think in the future, that's definitely something you can do whenever it's dark.
Okay, I'll do that from now on then.
Yes,
You don't have to worry about it.
I think that's a really good idea. But there's places. Two of them are kind of in the same general direction that Ashan pointed out, seeing cities whenever he was up there with his eagle eyes. But one is very close to you because you're that little yellow guy.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's a lot smaller.
Motiva's gonna come back down, and she's gonna look, and she's gonna say, "Gang."
Mm-hmm.
I only see two cities.
Oh.
One might not even be a city. I see two places with light. One where me and Ashan directly said, "Don't go there." And then one that is far, far more farther ahead. And we would not be able to get there without resting first, most likely.
And there's the one nearby.
Yep. And then she's gonna point, and she's gonna say, "And there's that." And she's gonna point. And there's something barely there.
I will say, as a fun offering, if you want to send Sister out there, you can do that. Over there to that light.
Yeah. Motiva's going to sit on the sand, and she's going to begin to share senses, and her sister's a sacrifice!
Yeah, you definitely do that. You sit down. I feel like this means that Ashan kind of calls for a little break. I don't think he calls for making camp, which is a little bit overzealous in y'all's opinion, but I think you guys could go for a little bit longer, so he doesn't call for camp just yet. And I think that something really cute is that Nefeh actually sits down to take a drink from her water skin and then puts some in her hand to kind of try to gently give to Motiva while she's not here.
Falin and Ashan have seen Motiva share senses, so if Falin wants to tell the Fae, that would totally be fine.
She's not her senses are not here right now.
Mia's Panini, but she is here still. You could swallow liquid, right? You're not asleep. You just can't see and you can't hear. You can move.
So no, actually, fun fact. Whenever, well, at least how I've read it, whenever, let's hope Molly doesn't listen to this. This is the one episode Molly's banned from. Whenever Molly made Patty slap around and shit at like people whenever it was share sensors, you can't do that. You
Oh
lose
yeah, you
all
can't even
stuff.
touch. Okay, yeah, you're so right, bestie. Okay, I think Nefei still would try, so Nefei will take the correction and then immediately be like, I didn't do that. What are you talking about? That's embarrassing. Anyway, but thank you for telling me that. I did not know that. Sorry,
Don't
Molly,
worry,
if you
you
ever
can tell
listen to
that
this
to.
one.
Yeah, you can. Molly's not gonna listen to this shit. Nobody's gonna listen to this.
Yeah, fair. But we will.
But yeah, that's something for Mackenzie later.
It's true.
Please go ahead.
No, it's okay. So you're gonna send sister out?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. You send sister out, and would you say sister is gonna be on the ground or flying?
She is flying, and her flying speed is 25.
Okay, cool, Slay. I just wanted to make sure because I need to know if something sees it. I need to know like what is being seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my stealth is a +9 if you're curious.
Oh, Slay. Okay. I'll just go ahead and roll that preemptively, just in case, because I assume sister's being stealthy because she's sneaky. But yeah, you do that. I will say that it probably would take. I'll say it takes like an hour of walking. To get. Well, maybe I'll say 30 minutes to get to where you can see what it is as sister. I think that makes more sense. An hour to get there, but 30 minutes till you can see what it is. So you send her out, and she kind of flies through the night, kind of maneuvering through this very surreal black and white night vision situation. And as you get closer, I will tell you what you see, but I would love to know what Felin is doing in this sort of like 30 minutes where Motiva is gone and everybody's kind of resting.
She is taking her time to compose a message to send over a dream message, which will take 10 minutes to cast.
Oh, Slay! Dream message time.
Yeah.
So here's the real question. What are Nefei and Ashawn doing while we're both fucking gone?
Literally. I will tell you, Ashawn is doing... So Ashawn is really used to kind of going on these excursions and mostly by himself. Actually, he does a lot of recon by himself and then sometimes with groups. So I actually imagine that, sorry to be gay and maybe sad, I don't know, Ashawn is actually sitting next to Motiva and kind of just gently rubbing her back, like her body.
Oh.
Yeah. As he kind of just looks out on the ocean and is just kind of like enjoying silence. I think Nefei is still very agitated. I don't think that Nefei takes this rest very well, if that makes sense. I think it's a lot of kind of like looking like... I don't know how to describe it, but you know how just sometimes when you have nothing to do, it feels agonizing?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that's how Nefei looks right now. And I think she kind of ends up deciding to kind of just double check her gear. Which actually, this is something that I get to tell you, Sarah, you would see. So Ashawn has like a backpack with his gear, and he can carry a decent bit, but he travels really light. Nefei actually has a bag of holding.
Oh!
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
And that's like a very like
Oh my God.
character-oriented thing. Like she is a small race, and she's very, she's not particularly that strong. So like her weight limit is really low. But she's also like she's like a merchant. She's very materialistic. She's very focused on like the things, right? So I just think it's a very in-character thing for her to have.
No, 100%. My what the fuck is me being a little goof.
I definitely think so. I didn't think that you were mad or anything. I just thought it was cool.
Motiva popping out of her share senses to grab Nefei. Give me that.
Give me that. I need it. You don't need it. We don't care. We don't calculate weight.
I'm joke.
I kill you. Haha. Okay, but awesome. So we have this kind of 30 minutes. And that's also kind of what it feels like to you, Motiva, because it's like 30 minutes of nothing, right? You're like listening to the water move. You're seeing birds and small critters on the beach as you kind of get closer. But finally, you kind of follow this light that kind of like glows this sort of like orange as like this beacon of color in this sort of black and white share senses. Until you get close enough to see that at the mouth of this river, there is a building, and you see that it kind of has this wooden outside that's kind of like rough, and it's very lit up. It has these sort of like lanterns and torches that let off this like really like pale smoke. You see that there is 1 or 2 boats tied up right outside of it as it goes all the way up to the water. And you see that it has a worn sign outside that says washed up. Do you want me to be honest, Motiva?
Yeah.
It looks kind of like a bar.
Oh, that would not be bad. That would not be bad right now. Is it like tavern bar combo or just bar?
You would have to go inside to be able to check, but it looks like a place that has like doors like I don't want to say doors open, actually. This is the middle of the wilderness. Maybe not. It looks like a place, especially with the sign, that it is like an establishment of some kind.
Yeah.
You see the boats.
Well.
You'd have to have Sister go another 30 minutes to be able to like go and investigate like potentially the inside, but then people would see a flying snake.
Yeah. You mean people wouldn't be startled by a flying snake?
I don't know if they would be like, oh my god, what the fuck is happening? But they would be like, hey yo, what the heck? That's weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Miva's going to empathy link with Sister and be like, hey, catch me back here. And she's gonna disconnect the call.
Okay.
And then she's gonna fucking open her eyes, blink, and she's gonna say, there's a bar. Is a bar. It's just a bar. It might be a tavern, though. We might be able to rest there.
Oh?
On the beach?
Maybe. That's there. Yeah. It might be a pirate bar. We don't know.
Honestly,
There's
if
boats.
there's boats and there's no other cities for days on end, it's probably a pirate bar. I mean, you're dressed up like pirates.
It's worth a shot.
Why not go mingle with your, what did she call them? Your kinfolk?
I wish I was a pirate.
Well, I guess you're in the perfect place. He's gonna slap your back and he's gonna stand up.
I have... Real quick, I have typed out what the dream message Philin sent would be.
Okay,
The
Slay.
spell is roughly 150 words, and the word counter says 126.
Okay, Slay. I'm gonna go look at dream message. That's fun. I gotta see what I gotta do.
Oh, and I know that the message was sent. Ooh,
Yeah,
a lot.
you know as soon as they receive it. That's very fun. Hold on.
Mm.
Oh, but that also means you can be left unread.
Scary. Scary. Don't like that.
It means that if there's ever a situation where, because it lasts until your next daily preparations. So the idea of you casting the spell and then not finding out if it was got at all is scary.
Yeah.
Also, on the topic of left on red, it's one way, so Flynn is not getting a response.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know if Motiva knew.
Oh, no. I'm a spellcaster. You think I know spells?
No. There's the thought. I'm gonna cry. This is sad. That's a sad message. Fair enough, Bessie. Fair enough. All right. You send that. And I don't know if you find this unnerving or a relief, but the minute you send it, you know that it was received.
Okay.
Which means somewhere Eleni is sleeping.
They snooze.
But it means that they're not dead.
Thank fucking God.
All right. Do you guys trek the hour to go up to the bar? Washed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You guys spend an hour to walk from your makeshift resting spot. About 30 minutes in, no, about 15 minutes in, actually, you reunite with Sister. And you walk up, and you kind of get up towards this building. And it's on this sort of deck. It's like on stilts so that it can be all the way up on the water. And you see as you get closer that that's like why there can even be boats attached to it, right? And you walk up, and it is almost a relief to see anything out here. Because once you start getting to the point where you can actually see the sand on the steps leading up to the sort of landing that they have for the outdoor seating, you can hear people inside. You see, at least for the doors on the landing, those are kept open. And warm light and smells and laughter comes in as you also see people. Occasionally, not very many since it is dark, but there are the occasional people sitting out on the tables out front. And I will show you what this map looks like as you come up to the washed up bar and tavern.
I do not own any token with vision in this scene.
Every day I wake up. Every day I wake up.
Ooh! Oh my God!
Yeah, it's good, ain't it?
Oh,
I
this
can't
is
see either.
delightful.
There we go. And I'm gonna call for a break now, as you find your first grouping of NPCs that aren't crazy lesbians on the beach.
Yeah. I love those crazy lesbians.
Wow.
I like them too, a lot. They have Pinterest boards. Okay, break time. Let's do about 15 to 20 minutes this time.
Okay.
All right, everybody, we're back after our break, and we are currently on the deck of the washed up bar. As I said, there's some people out here. Very few and none paying you attention, as the people out here are probably looking to get away from the busy patronage inside. This map only has one boat, but I'll probably say that there's maybe like 2 or 3. All of a similar size, more like a dinghy than like a ship, right? But you see through the glowing windows and the open doors that there is a full house in the bar tonight, being run by one barmaid.
Ooh.
Mativa's gonna turn around and she's gonna pass everybody 2 gold. And she's gonna say, "This is your allowance."
Nefay kind of goes to give a bit of a laugh and seems like actually amused by this. It's probably the most up she's looked since you've seen her today. And she goes to like assure you like, "Oh, I don't need it. I can pay my own way." And Ashan just takes his right out of your hand.
He points to Ashan and says, "This is mostly for him, but did you make sure to get money meant for Ixalan from Doriga?"
I didn't, but gold and jewelry speaks for itself. I'm sure I could slip off a ring to ease some palms.
I will say, remember, we're surrounded by pirates. You slip off a ring and you'll probably slip off a hand next.
Oh, but I'm so lovable.
It's true.
Okay.
Look at those hands. Who's gonna top those out?
Thank
If
you.
you want... No, go ahead.
I think she's gonna kind of like give you a smile and say thank you, but this is far more my element than out there was. I'll be fine.
If you're willing to help me in trying to find a place for us to sleep, I would appreciate that. These two, and she motions to Falin and Ashan, are not meant for...
Not meant for what?
I'll see if I can get us a place to stay, and if not, at least something better. And she's gonna give you a bit of a wink and kind of go to saunter off.
She looks to Falin and Ashan and is just like, "Get your food."
They've gone. They've gone.
Are you staying out here, Motiva?
Oh no. One second. You might want to give Sarah a second.
Oh, you're right. Okay, let me pause. Okay, now we're back. Yeah, Ashan would come with... Ashan's kind of sticking close to where you're at. I'll bring Sister in a minute. There's not really a ton of space by the bar if you want to sit, but I think Ashan just kind of goes and like leans against the counter around where everybody else is going to sit. There you go. Awesome. And then I can describe the barmaid that I said was behind the counter. You see a woman. She looks to be only a couple inches shorter than you, Motiva. But she is sort of... She has this very, like, plump frame that speaks to not just curves, right? And you see that she is the only person sort of working this building, which I think speaks for either the respect she commands or the strength that she holds, right? And she has this sort of red hair, braided in an updo, and is wearing clothes that you would also see the patrons wearing. But her most notable feature are her heterochromatic eyes. And here is her pickeroo that I just made. If I can get her...
Ooh,
Let's see.
bitch.
Ooh, hello.
Yes. And you guys kind of walk up, and you see that she kind of barely passes you a glance as you go to sit down, as she's kind of pushing drinks down the bar and wiping stuff off and calling things out to people. And she kind of calls out over her shoulder, you know, pick a seat, you know the drill, right? Seemingly nonplussed by your entry.
Miva's going to look to Sean and Flynn and like motion, just be like, "Come on, get something to eat."
What is there to eat?
You don't know yet.
That's the thing. Just like
Uh,
looking at them like, what is...
Do you want to like try to peep at what some of the other people might be eating and drinking?
Ooh, yes.
Slay. Let me go ahead and do that roll. I don't know why I put up my dice tower. It's not like we're done. Awesome. Yeah. So you see, the majority of people, everybody has a drink in their hand. Some multiple drinks in multiple hands. But it looks like, if people are eating anything, it looks like what you would get out of rations. It's like jerky, it's salted fish, that sort of thing. If people are eating on like a plate, it's mostly like salted fish.
Okay. I feel like Philin tries like raising her hand. And may I have salted fish, please?
Okay, hold on. Let me see if she notices you really quick, because this is a loud bar, but I love that idea a lot. So this thing happens that I think is really fun, where you go to do that, and at first you don't really get a response, and there are times when she's almost like walking directly past you and your group. You can just barely catch that she has like glanced over at your group, like once or twice in this sort of like frenzy of working and you guys deciding what to do. And like eventually she comes over, but it's almost like with a sour look as she comes in, she like slams her hand on the counter in front of you and says, "Girl, speak up. You think you're gonna get anything with a crowd like these?" What'd you say, fish?
Salted fish, please.
Okay. And she goes to give you a bit of fish, but she seems to look pleased when she walks away. And actually, whenever she comes back, she goes to sort of look the lot of you down, and she goes to say, "Never seen you before. New recruits?"
Oh, fuck me.
Coalition gets bigger every day.
Never gonna get smaller. Hopefully.
No, that's right.
Say, you wouldn't happen to know somewhere to stay, right? We're a bit landlocked right now.
Well, ain't that the struggle? Well, most of these... I want to say bozos, but I don't think she'd say bozos. But something with the same effect as that. Will probably be sleeping in either their skiffs or going back to their crew. Got a question for you.
I might have an answer. Shoot.
She kind of like goes to look at you, and she like drags up and down your outfit, and she goes to say, "You're not very hungry for gold, are you?"
She looks at herself and says, "Oh, this, I made it myself." Person could be poor and dressed nice.
You're right. But that's not what I mean by hungry. And she's gonna kind of scrutinize you a bit, and she's gonna jerk her chin down to the bar and say, "When I close up in the morning, you can sleep on my floor."
Ooh.
If I catch your
Sense
fingerprints
motives.
on anything, you'll lose those fingertips, though. Okay, I'll go ahead and sense motive. Okay. She doesn't look like she is nervous saying this, and she doesn't seem like she's shady. She's actually making direct eye contact with you now, Motiva, which is like a bit disarming, because even people who are comfortable with eye contact don't usually make direct eye contact for long periods of time. You think that this is like genuine, and she's not like doing anything like that, but her gaze on you is calculating. You think that she is sizing you up. To what capacity, you're not sure.
She's gonna shrug. Hey, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So I know that Jace and Vroska were a part of a pirate crew. Do I happen to know what they were called?
Oh, that's a really good
Ooh.
question. I'll roll a recall knowledge in case Vroska ever mentioned it. You know that they were a part of a crew that belonged to the ship the Belligerent. You would know that Vroska was the captain, and Jace actually was specifically a guest. So he never got rank in the Coalition.
Okay.
But he was like allied with the Coalition.
Yeah. Motiva is going to nod and look to the other three and say, well, it's... Oh my god, okay. You need to hold on to me. I don't want to cringe. Oh my god.
I'm holding you.
Oh.
You got this.
It's belligerent, that's what it's called?
Yeah, the Belligerent.
Okay. Motiva's gonna say it's no belligerent, but that's fine.
Ooh.
Ooh, name drop.
Roll. Hold on, no, you're not going to roll anything yet because I think you haven't lied yet. I'm very, very conscious of it. I think that she's going to look at you and she's going to almost look more amused. And she's going to say, you're belligerent.
Vroska is my boss.
That's true.
You're very good at not lying. She's gonna kind of stick up her hands and say, well, I didn't know fucking royalty was in the house. Maybe I'll lay out the fancy rugs for you.
Motiva shakes her head and puts her hands up and says, please, God, no. I just think I want you to know I am not going to take anything. But I hope you also know, don't take any of my things.
That's okay. I'm not very hungry either. It's a trait I respect.
Okay. She claps her hands and says, okay, gang. Eat, pay the woman well, and we get to sleep.
Can I actually get you any liquor?
Is this a test?
Are you saying that in character?
I'm not saying that in character. I'm not. This is being actually just being like, can I sense this being like some sort of pirate test?
Oh, that's fine. I'll do a sense motive on you really quick. That's a fun one. You don't think so. It seems more like a businesswoman trying to get money.
Yeah. Motiva will look over to everybody and say, does anybody want anything to drink?
I'll try something.
I do think Nefeh would signal with 2 fingers. And Ashan declines.
Yeah.
Ashan will actually say, just water if you actually have fresh water. And she kind of just laughs like it's a joke.
Motiva actually joins in and says, I'm also one for water. If you want to sell your ale, those two are your best bets. You can get them drunk, I don't mind.
Well, considering we are on a salt-crusted spit of land and the river is half salted at best, the closest to water I can get you is my dregs. That's a way to get hydrated. That's
She
probably the
kinda
thing that'll
looks-
get you the least fucked. If that's what you're worried about.
Yeah. Motiva just looks to Ashan and just says there probably actually isn't any fresh water for miles.
One's gonna take out her water skin and hold it out to them. You want some of mine?
Ashan just sighs. He's like, "No, I have my own. It's fine." And he is going to order 1 cup of the wateriest ale they have, just to be polite. For people who are getting drinks, something that is notable about this place is that also it's a very humble establishment, and you realize it even more when you realize that the options for food are 2 things: jerky and also salt preserved fish. It's not like cooked and salted fish. It's like salted fish. You know what I mean?
They still got fucking eyeballs.
Yeah. They got it out of they got it out of like a barrel out back. You know what I mean? And then there's 2 options for drink. There's the piss water and then the whiskey. You know?
Oh.
So you're either getting very drunk or it tastes really bad. You know?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Sometimes my favorite piece of lore is that Motiva and Ashan don't drink.
Yeah.
But it's because they're both lightweights, so they know that if they drink, they're going to get shwasted
Literally.
immediately. So them just like sipping at piss water, just looking at Nefay and Fullen, and they're just like, a fine pirated whiskey.
Flynn. I never get to do this. I need you to roll me a fortitude save.
Hey!
OMG. Nefay and Fullen drunk lore?
Oh my god. 24 total.
24
Wolf.
total slay. Okay. Okay, awesome. Fulin, guess what?
What?
You get a +1 bonus to saving throws against being scared.
Oh my god!
Because you're officially drunk.
Hey!
Oh! Oh, wait, you're drunk?
I would say tipsy, because you don't even get flat-footed until stage 2. So,
Oh.
Wow.
like, the track for drugs and alcohol is actually really funny to me, when you think about drinking. So, like, I'm not gonna say you're gonna get wasted tonight as long as you're not, like, slamming it back intentionally, but because you got, like, hard liquor, even just the 1 drink has you being like, yeah, we're fine, guys. We're doing awesome.
You know what? This is pretty great. I think we're doing pretty good.
How's Nefay?
Nefay is Duke. I'm gonna roll for her as well. I can't speak on her.
It's a 2.
So she got the same roll both times because she has 2 drinks. So she is a little messy.
Oh.
But she seems to be having a blast. She's like uproariously talking with one of the coalition sitting next to her, and she's like elbowing them.
Motiva trying to pass Fullen some piss water.
You have your water skin.
I'm good. I got skin.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I hope so. Is my skin still on? Referring to her fucking disguise.
Oh my god.
Nefei kind of like tips back to knock her in the shoulder and says, looks as lovely as ever.
Aw, you're so sweet. I like you.
I sure hope so.
I like to imagine Motiva taking out some of the rations and making like an open-faced sandwich with like the dried fish and some tack.
Oh, that would be so good, though. I know it would be
Yeah.
crunchy, but that would be delicious.
It would be. She could soak it in the piss water too, and it wouldn't be as fucking hard.
It's true. That was what
Hey.
hardtack was meant to do.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy.
But yeah, you spend a night at a bar. The bartender doesn't really come back over to bother you very much, but seems very interested in keeping an eye on you all as a group. And eventually, one by one, people either leave, are thrown out, or also fall asleep in here. But it's very rarely somebody that she lets sleep in here. So, like, by the time everybody's out, it's maybe, like, one person passed out under a table, and everybody else has been, like, thrown out by her. Like, full hand in the scruff of the shirt, throws them out.
Could I... It's okay if this is too late for me to do this. Could I have, throughout the night, Flynn had gone around and asking people if they had seen a water person?
Yeah, I'll say that you can do that, especially because you guys didn't really do much else. 1 second.
They're a person, but they're made of water.
Most of the people here are far more drunk than you, and that affects some of the information that you get, right? And a lot of times, people are almost, like, sympathetic, or, like, they find it humorous, this question you're asking them. Because, like, one person is like, oh, you've been out on the boat too long, or like, oh, maybe you should be landlocked for a bit longer, or like, yeah, we all want to get back to our lover who's made of water, you know what I mean? Like, stuff like that. Even whenever you go back up to the bartender and you manage to ask, like, her, she's like, buy another drink and I'm sure you'll see them. You know, like, stuff like that. Like everybody here isn't really thinking that you're necessarily crazy, but also this is a group of people who are at sea for long amounts of times, and sailors see shit, you know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the response that you get.
They be hearing them voices.
Yeah, they do. So somebody's fucked a manatee, you know what I mean?
I think eventually whenever Fullin comes back from ants asking questions, Motiva's gonna like shake her shoulder. Just be like, Fullin,
Mm-hmm.
can you still comprehend doing magic?
Yeah, it's fine.
You need to make sure you set an alarm on our shit before you go to bed.
I don't have alarm prepared. I can lock it.
She looks to her bags.
And then nothing's getting in there.
Oh, why did you become American? She's gonna look to Nefei and just say, hey, can your bag hold our bags in your bag?
Yeah, I'm nowhere near capacity, so I'm sure I could take it. How much do you have?
She shows her guitar bag, she points to Ashan's bag, and she points to Fullin's bag. Fun fact, my guitar bag doesn't even have one bulk.
It's true.
Slut.
It's true. It is a little bit big. I think Nefei would probably indicate to the other two's backpacks and would take them, and then I think would just, like, wave Fullin to, like, lock your guitar bag.
Oh.
Yeah, which is
That's
like,
so sweet.
like obviously, somebody could, like, get up with it and like run away with it, but they wouldn't be able to open it. So like, what's the point? You know?
Yeah.
Flynn will lock that shit.
Awesome. It
Right.
is locked, and you are now basically alone in this building with the bartender. And I'm gonna pause really quick and get some new music for nighttime.
Whee!
And we're back as it's been nighttime for a while. It's probably reaching the point where you all would start getting exhausted if you stayed up for much longer. As you can kind of see a hint of pink from beyond the windows. But you are left in a very quiet room. The one other patron that was let sleep in here, snoring from under his table, while the bartender kind of just goes around and like carefully picks stuff up and kind of like walks it into the back room, cleans up tables, puts stools back together, or puts back in their place, but also like checks them for damage in case they do need to be put back together. It was kind of rowdy last night. I wouldn't say that there was any fist fights, but it looks like it wouldn't be something that's out of line in this location. But she doesn't seem to be saying anything to you necessarily. She seems to be kind of doing her own nighttime routine. So I would love to hear what you guys are doing, where you guys would set up.
Motiva is gonna find this bench and she's gonna sit there.
Okay.
Flynn's gonna sleep on this rug.
Hell yeah, rug time.
Get a bedroll layout.
I actually think Nefei is gonna sleep on the same rug. And I think
Yeah.
Ashan is gonna kind of...
Hey,
I
what
think
you gonna do?
I think like during like everything winding down, I feel like at some point he like sits on the counter, but like the bartender almost like not shoves him, but like puts a hand on him as if to push him off whenever she's like wiping down. So then eventually he kind of like meanders over here with his group. Not really sitting down next to Motiva, but just kind of standing. And then here's your snake.
Thank you. I put her on the fish.
And then after everything seems to be cleaned up and put away, and most of the things that were behind the counter also being put in the back room, that door is sort of closed, and the bartender comes around and almost in like a kind of funny string of events goes to kind of hop up to sit on the bar right where Ashan was and starts like whittling a piece of wood. And like Ben, I have this very specific image of like Ben's one leg under her and then one is like dangling as like a stem. And she's just gonna kind of look at the lot of you as you're kind of like winding down but not like sleeping yet. And she's just gonna be like, so what's your story?
She's gonna look at Fullen and say, I want a drunk person to say it.
I lost my lover. I'm trying to find them.
That's rough. What happens around here?
Avatar the Last Airbender voice. That's rough, buddy.
That's rough,
Yeah.
buddy. And she kind of like, she doesn't even seem like she's saying it like in a mean way. So like I feel like after a second she kind of just shrugs and says it's not an easy place to live out here. Easy to get lost.
They were last seen in the jungle by a river.
Well, there's a lot of those around here, kid. Tell you that.
Do you know?
If you're fresh off the boat, then you'd be unfortunate to find out that there's lakes and rivers basically throughout the entire continent past the mountains over there. And that's not even including when you get over to the inner sea.
You know where we could get a boat for rivers.
You did mention you were landlocked. I mean, they never teach you how to make rafts?
I'm not very handy.
She's
I'm
a
good at
mage.
books.
They never teach the mages practical skills, I swear. Well, if you're lucky, you could use some gold to grease some palms and get a ship untied from out there. If you're lucky, willing to walk, there's really not a lot of coalition settlements around here. Last I heard, there's some maybe up past Pachatupa, but that's weeks away. Best bet would be to buy one off somebody or take it. Honestly, I won't rat you out if you do. It's not really my business.
She's gonna look to Motiva and Ashan.
I could get a spell for that. But you need to be okay with it.
Why wouldn't I be okay with stealing a boat?
There's the whiskey.
Because, Falin, I would be convincing somebody I'm not stealing their boat.
That's fine.
Will you say that in the morning?
I just won't think about it, Alberti. It's deep down inside me.
And that's the way to
Okay,
live,
well-
kid. That gets you through it. Do any of you have any experience with the...
No. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Quick answer, fair enough. Have a great day.
Is this gonna be a sex thing? Because the answer is no.
Well, you
Maybe.
haven't bought me enough drinks for it to be a sex thing, if I'm honest.
Oh, thank God. Okay, continue.
I meant experience with drinks, with listening to people, with keeping people out of trouble, hearing what
Does-
people want and giving it to them.
She just
keeping-
points to Falin.
I've dealt with groups of people before, but not in the bar setting. Does keeping toddlers out of trouble count?
They're like toddlers if they could punch you.
That'll be fine.
I'm told I'm very charismatic.
She is. She's great with people. She's so good with words.
Oh.
Well, with so many of you, I guess I doubt you'd be able to fuck it up that bad. Watch my spit of land. It gave me a bag full of gold. And I'll hike over to Otepec and I'll get you a boat. I'll even throw in a map.
Hey, can I begin to Orosite?
Yeah. You can definitely begin to Orosite. Let me look at him again. I just closed him because I didn't know I would need him again.
No, it's okay.
Okay. What do you guys say though? Because that takes a minute.
Motiva's going to stare and just say, "You would be safe doing that?"
Safe how?
I mean, would you be doing that alone? Would you bring people with you?
I just look at myself. It's not far. It's about a day. Faster if I don't rest in the middle, but
You need rest, though.
yeah, but you will be paying me, so that's a pretty good incentive. And besides, I'm not even going to say no offense. You're going to take offense to this. I see a group like you walking into the jungle, and I know you're going to be dino food.
Well, have you know, I can tell the dinos not to eat me, so...
If you would rather, I can give you a direction, and you can find Otepec yourself, but you will have to ford a good couple rivers, and without a boat, that'll be a bit annoying.
Has Orosite begun?
Yes, Orosite has begun. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot.
It's okay. I started this entire discussion because of it. And also lie to me, of course.
Of course. Yeah, okay, awesome. So we're gonna actually go in the opposite order that I did last time. A general assessment of this person's physical health. You can actually tell that they seem like relatively healthy. I wouldn't necessarily say that anything really pings on your radar. It doesn't like go into specifics on like if it just means like mechanical conditions or afflictions. But I will tell you that like how do I word this? I think with Orosite giving you a general idea of the target's physical health and the fact that you know that this is like a coalition business and this person isn't like on a crew, there must be a reason why she's landlocked. And it might have to do with physicality. Sailing is a very physically demanding job. Parent emotional state, I would say, kind of is curious and vaguely annoyed. But apparent attitude towards you, she's friendly.
Wow.
And lie to me isn't tripping at all?
Lie to me doesn't make me tell you when people are lying. Lie to me just changes the DC for you to detect if people are lying.
Oh, well, can I activate lie to me? Can I see if this person is lying?
Well, the thing about lying is that technically, even if you're not sense motiving, because sense motive doesn't tell you yes they're lying, yes they're not. It tells you if magic is making them act different or if they are acting weird. So lie to me, it like deception DCs and like sensing lies, that's passive. I've already rolled that for you. And whenever I roll people lying against you, I'm always using your deception DC instead of your perception DC.
Well, you can also detect intention with sense motive.
As part of the, because the behaving normally thing is with regular success.
Yes.
You can get intentions and a solid idea of mental magic with critical success.
Yes.
So it is still possible.
Yes. But if it that did happen, I would have told you.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to seem like I'm arguing.
No. It's not that. It's definitely not. I just hope that you know also that like, if people are lying to you, like I'm always doing rolls about it. It's not just like,
Okay.
oh, I have to hit sense motive or I won't realize they're lying to me. That's when you're trying to see, are you being sussy? And like, do I think you're trying to get shit or do I think that you're magically inclined to be different? If people are just lying to you, I'm like always checking DCs because that's how lying works. It's like a passive perception thing.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yes. Sorry if that's a confusing way to describe it. I don't know how else to describe it, but
No, you're fine.
I have already rolled the thing.
Motiva's going to look to the other two and say, how would we feel about babysitting a bar?
Yeah, okay.
I'm so glad that you're in character with the drinking thing.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think, huh?
Now they're just imitating.
I think that like Nefei almost like hears that and sees that and is just like flops on her back and is like, but I don't want to.
Oh my god.
But if we stay here, then I can use my guiding star spell, and if Elaine happens to be close, then they can come here.
Did you know that you're as smart as you are beautiful?
Oh, thank you. You're also beautiful.
She's gonna kick Fulin and say, Ashan, how please.
I think that Ashan is gonna look to those two and just roll his eyes because it is once again his and Motiva's job to make decisions like adults. And he's gonna look at the bartender and just be like, "What do you get out of it? Like what? Like we?
This is a lot to offer somebody for so little in exchange.
We could literally take like we could have a ship around the bend and we could literally take everything in this building if you leave for a full fucking day. Like that doesn't make sense to me." And the bartender just kind of shrugs, and you see that like as she's been whittling this whole time, she is casually making a little fish.
Huh.
And she says, I mean, call me a bleeding heart. I know that you don't know this. Coalition's a very community-based shindig. Why wouldn't I want to help you find someone who's gone missing?
That's true.
Why wouldn't I? You're very good at lying, but you're not very aware of what you're pretending to be. But this is very in character for one of us.
She makes a face.
The bartender kind of just gives you a little sneer that looks like a grin. And she flicks like a wood shaving at you guys and says, besides, get bored out here. Our menu has 4 items on it. And it would get me a little sack of money to get me my next barrel of fish. And I would feel a bit better about it. My good deed for the year.
You're so nice.
Don't tell people about that. I have a reputation to uphold.
Yeah, she just kicks at Flynn again. She's like, stop.
And why? Stop what?
Silence.
No.
She rubs her face and she looks to Ashawn and, okay, so using Aura Sight, can I tell if she is expressing a false attitude or a fake emotional state at all so far?
No.
I'm double checking. Okay.
Yes.
Yippee!
Thank you for checking. That's a very good thing to clarify.
Yeah. Motiva finally fucking blinks.
Nice. Finally.
And then she looks to Ashawn and says, she's not lying. And that's the bad news.
So we're bartenders for a day? Is that the consensus?
It's more like I'm probably going to be the bartender for the day, and then you guys are going to be fucking off.
No, I want to help you.
You are not made for customer service.
Excuse you.
I mean, if you can actually find your diaphragm, then I think you'd be able to do something. That's the bartender sitting on the counter.
I have a cantrip for that.
Yeah, works.
Don't
Works.
use bullhorn. Don't use bullhorn.
I mean, if they're annoying enough, you should.
Yeah, there you go. She gets it.
God. Well, the thing is that you could be using this time to be using spells to find Eleni the entire time.
I don't have a lot of spells that will immediately scry. A lot of the locating things are very short range.
And that means that you can use them, once every, hour?
If I prepare them enough.
She's gonna she's gonna bap it in a face and say, hey, you a spellcaster? Or no?
Barely.
Oh my god.
If you want me to weave very beautiful bolts of fabric or play darts.
Okay, a barmaid.
She's gonna slap her hand, not slap, but plop her hand on the face head and say, "You're so talented."
Thank you. Everyone back at school and home says that. But no, when I'm in the jungle, I'm not.
The jungle wishes it had what you had.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, Pord. She just rips at her face and says, okay, Flynn can do some spells to look for Eleni. Ashawn, you're strong enough to kick anybody out if I can't manage it. I can do drinks, and Nefay can keep people entertained with darts.
Darts.
This gives us time to switch out all of my spells. She breathes and she says, I will warn you, I don't have a lot of money to spare for you to do this trip.
Fair enough. She's gonna do some mental math because, fun fact, you brought that up literally as I was looking up how expensive a boat would be. So give me just 1 second. You're very smart.
I'd like to make a shout out to whenever we had to argue with Mackenzie about renting a carriage.
That was crazy. wasn't even renting a carriage. We were just paying somebody to drive us, which is the cheapest thing to do. That's crazy.
Shit was crazy.
Oh my god, I found, sorry, this is off topic. This is about vehicles. I found a thing called a sand diver, which is like a scorpion-shaped vehicle that actually has a tail structure and like pincers, and it digs through sand.
Yes.
It's a sand submarine.
There's actually a lot of really cool mounts and vehicles in Pathfinder.
Yeah, this fucks hard. I found a firework pogo and an armored carriage.
There's a moving chair.
Yeah. There's a firefly, which is a floating, light up vehicle.
Focus, boat.
I
Boat.
know. I'm
Boats.
looking for boats. There's not as many boats as I thought there would be.
You could pretend that an airship is a boat.
It could.
If you squint.
You're not wrong. I'm basically basing it on how many people can be in it, if that helps you.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, snail coach. That's crazy.
Yes.
Oh my god, mobile inn. I forgot about you.
Oof.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna technically be a rowboat, but rowboats, their like carrying capacity is shit. So I'm gonna say that this is exactly a rowboat, but can carry double the bitches and it costs twice as much. So it's only 30 GP.
Yeah.
So it's 30 GP, and I think the way that this bartender would like talk about it is that she would be like, that's just the price of the boat. You can just, you know, shave a little off the top for me. Dealer's choice. It's my enrichment or whatever.
Enrichments.
Just going on a walk.
Yeah. You said 30?
Yeah, 30 total for the boat.
Motivo will give 45.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, I'm suddenly filled with motivation.
Oh, hey, that's you. Pointing to Motiva.
Oh my god.
Is it? You know, I don't think I got any names.
No, we didn't get your name. Hi, I'm Celine.
Neve. From the ground.
Motiva's gonna look to Ashan and she's gonna bump him a bit. She's gonna say, you have to at least say your name.
I'm Ashan. And she gives a bright smile and says, there we go. You know, I'm sure everybody always says it, but, they're fitting.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Chose
What's
it myself. Yeah, what's your name?
Lucky.
Oh, that's delightful.
Thank you.
We're lucky to have met you.
Damn right you are.
Okay, Lucky. Motiva's gonna hold out a hand and she says, so the deal is that you run to town, get us a boat, and in the meanwhile, we take care of your inn.
Well, it's really a bar that sometimes people sleep in, but yeah, that's the long and short of it.
In
Is-
maybe less than 3 days maximum.
Something would be going very wrong if 3 days goes by and I'm not back. I will probably be back within a full 24 hours from now.
Ooh.
If I'm lucky. Which I am.
Yeah.
She's gonna pat off her hands and she's gonna go up to Lucky and she's going to extend her hand and she's gonna say, shake on it.
Without saying anything, she spits on her hand and shakes your hand.
Yeah.
Oh, I've made a binding contract.
Yeah, you did.
Ah.
And this works because it's something that you didn't like the idea of.
Yep.
All right. You get a +1 to a lot of rolls to accomplish this.
Wow.
Motiva smiles and says, don't break it.
I think you should be more worried about people tomorrow breaking things than me, but
Oh, I'm a very well-behaved girl and I know how to make people stop doing things. Have you ever gotten a teenager out of a store? I have.
well, I've gotten a teenager out of this store. Yes.
Not a hot topic though. And she goes back to sit.
What? What about the topic isn't a hot topic? Whatever.
Is there anything I should worry about or be aware of?
I mean, like, preferably. This is part of the job description, but if you fail, I'm not surprised. But if you can keep people from starting fights, like, in general, like, yeah, you're gonna end a fight if it starts, sure. But, like, preferably keep people from fighting in general, because the minute a fight breaks out, a stool's broken over somebody's head, and we have to worry about fixing the stool. Maybe there's blood, people are mad. Harsh is the vibe.
Understandable. Have a good day.
It's true. Also, you might have to fish people out of the sea if they're really drunk. There is a hole on our patio.
That's fine.
You want me to fix that?
If you can fix it by the time I'm back, I would kiss you on the mouth.
I'll see if I can. I got stuff for that.
Bad
Okay.
mages are cool. Okay. All right. Sick deal. Rest up. You'll need it. Opening starts at noon. 5 hours.
Motiva immediately fucking clocks out.
Snooze.
Sneeze. The way that this is probably gonna work is it's probably that Philin will open, and then within like the first hour or two, everybody else wakes up from their 8-hour sleep.
I like the image of people are coming in and there's one person
Yeah.
on a bench.
Sometimes you're just sneeping.
You gotta snooze.
Sneepy.
Okay, you guys have a rest. If you want, I can pause and you guys can pick out spells.
I have already
Yes.
picked out my spells.
Oh, it's late. Then I'll pause for Sarah to
I
pick
still
out
need
spells.
to.
All right. Philin, it's the morning. I would love for you to tell me a little bit about what you think your open feels like. And then I would love for you to roll me what skills you got. Society.
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 Society. I feel like she's trying to get stuff as prepped as possible. Like already having some of the fucking salted fish plated
Mm-hmm.
and like having some drinks ready to go.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. Especially in this like beginning a couple hours where you're by yourself.
Mm-hmm. I feel like she does any like last minute tidying up and shit before people come in, tries to put Nefe out of the way of the door a bit without disturbing her.
You just push her. She's fucking heavy. Okay, so this is the first time you've touched Nefe since you started this. I will actually give you a fun fact about pushing Nefe. I won't make you roll athletics because I imagine you're like taking time to do it, right? She's really heavy. Like irrationally heavy for her size, and that's not me saying that like, oh, she's fat. Like I'm saying that there is something abnormal about how much she weighs right now.
What the fuck?
Is the gravity different here? What is happening?
You
What is
don't
happening
know.
to you?
You could take time to like maybe like investigate her. I would say you could do a recall knowledge arcana or recall knowledge crafting, but it'll get you different information, and you'll have to take like a couple minutes out of your open to do that if you're curious about it right now.
Yeah, I'll do that right now. I'm gonna do Arcana though, because that's a plus 13 with an extra plus 2 if it's mental.
Okay, Slay, I'll go ahead and roll. Falin, you're looking at Nefe, and you're kind of investigating her. And, like, maybe it's because you're a little hungover. Maybe it's because you guys are... Maybe it's because you're just so curious. And Nefe is out like a light right now, right? So you're, like, you're pushing her and you're prodding her and you're, like, checking her over. Like, out of concern at first, I think. I don't think you, as Falin, have actually ever seen what her aether weave looks like. But it is very apparent as you are, like, looking through her clothes and her things and her bags and, like, even, like, this scarf that she has tied around her waist, different than the one that she normally has. And there is almost, like, an extreme density of mana in the fabric of her clothes. And I can tell you, mechanically, her clothes count as heavy armor, and her scarf is a bladed scarf.
Oh.
And you think that this might be one of the reasons why she's so slow in exploration.
Yeah.
But, like, also, it's you made clothes armor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think that's neat.
It's very cool.
And now you're scrambling to get a little bit more salted fish out before it's open. Something very interesting about it, too, is that, like, it's not like a store that you've been to where sometimes people don't know when it's open or sometimes people are really gearing to come in. There's not really, like, anybody you have to handle before the store opens, right? People just naturally only really show up in the hours of operation. So that gives you the idea that this has been around for a while. And when the first person walks in, looks at the empty bar, looks at a bunch of people sleeping, looks at you behind the bar, and he just stares at you.
Hello. Lucky he's out on a trip.
Roll me a diplomacy. This is like a sunburnt, salt-crusted shell of a man.
Give me 1 second. Okay. That's dirty 20.
Okay. He just stares at you for a bit, and then he kind of like stomps over. But he doesn't really do anything besides sit down, and he's just like, whiskey.
Coming right up. Just gonna get him a glass of whiskey. Cup of whiskey. Mug.
I guess mug, actually. I think mug would be the most fitting. Easy to hold. And I think your first customer interaction goes relatively well. He doesn't really try to talk to you. He kind of ignores you, except for whenever he signals that he wants some fish, and he's just like eating some like fish with his hands and like drinking his whiskey and commiserating about being a man of the sea in his own mind. You know what I mean? A lot of the early people are going to be like this. So the opening hours are actually very easy for you to handle before the others wake up.
Nice.
So Mativa, you are awake alongside with Nefei and Ashan. Nefei looks hungover. But she kind of goes behind the bar and like nurses a cup of water, and she will spring back relatively fine in a little bit.
Whoa.
And Ashan's gonna be a fucking bouncer.
Nice. Shift change.
Shift change.
Take 15.
Yeah, take your 15 and bring me some more fish.
Yes.
Smoke break.
Smoke break.
You come out, and it's actually a very lovely sunrise. This is actually on the East Coast, so I mentioned the sunset yesterday, but it actually would be the sun, like the side of the coast that sees the sunrise, so it's very pretty out here right now.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Gorgeous.
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 Okay, awesome. Now let me bring back the pirate bar music, which is in case of trouble, if you guys forgot. Okay, we're gonna do a chase mechanic, which means we're gonna do 6 rolls with situations that are happening to handle them. Each roll only one person can do, but people can do multiple rolls, right? So it's just kind of deciding who would be best at it and who wants to do it, right? So, first things first, Motiva, you're up, you're bleary-eyed, but you're ready to work. You're probably the one that's the most like worried about the kind of clientele that are going to show up. So you're like grimly prepared. And unfortunately, you are proven right, because by the time you're up, I kind of feel like is the first wave of like people who have gotten landfall after their ship has docked. And Falin, on the deck where you are hanging out near the hole that you might be slowly mending, you see that there's a lot of like galleons out in the water where people like come down on little rowboats and they come lash up to come over to the bar. Easily, suddenly there's like 20 people, right?
Jesus.
So I would like you, Motiva. You can give me either a acrobatics check or a reflex save, and I'll flavor it a little differently depending on how you handle it.
Acrobatics or reflex?
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to do athletics? I'll do reflex.
I'll say if you want to do athletics, sure, I can flavor it differently for that too.
Bangin'. Okay, I will take that. Okay. That's plus 17.
Yeah, slay. Okay, awesome. You are, the way that you're handling this is that you're just not stopping, right? It's not like a, oh, I have to be graceful, or oh, I have to do multiple things at once. You are just like, I am picking up one thing and I am running. I am picking up a cup and I am running. And you realize really quickly after the first couple customers that like, if you sling a plate of fish and it just like lands haphazardly in front of them, very few of them care. Like, it's not disrespectful. If it wastes a lot of the food, they get annoyed. And like eventually when it comes to like payment, they like argue about it being cheaper, right? But they're not going to be like, well, how dare you not respect me? Like you can they're hard-earned men of the sea. You can be a little bitchy to them, you know, as Lucky did the night before. So that's kind of how you weather this, as you are just sprinting and you are really putting your lungs and your body to work, right? However, the next issue comes when there's a lot of people in this bar. Somebody's gonna elbow somebody. And then all of a sudden, people are yelling and jeering as somebody has thrown a punch in the dining room. So, whoever would like to break them up, or you can wait and let Ashawn do it. I would need an athletics, well, no, I guess it would just only be an athletics, or it could be a diplomacy or intimidate.
I have 2 calm emotions prepared today.
Oh my god, slay! Okay, come on and use calm emotions. That's fun. What does that do?
Come on, baby girl.
I forcibly calm creatures in the area, which is a 10-foot burst, soothing them into a non-violent state. Each creature must attempt a will save.
Okay, awesome. So here's my question for you. Do you think you want to angle yourself to where you're just managing to get the people fighting, or do you want to like run up next to them and calm down like them and the crowd?
Let's try doing them and the crowd.
Okay, I need you to give me a reflex save.
23.
23. Okay, you like narrowly avoid somebody literally elbowing you in the nose. But you go in and you manage to sort of find your diaphragm and you like belt out, right? And you cast this spell, and I'm not even gonna roll because I think this is such a unique response to this interaction. That everybody kind of like stops for a minute, and like even the people who are fighting, like they don't look confused, but they kind of just like are like, man, what the fuck is the point? And like one of the guy's friends is like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Come on. And the mood has kind of dampened in the bar, but you wouldn't consider that a negative because they needed to calm down.
It needs to calm down.
Hell yeah. Okay, awesome. The third thing that we're gonna resolve is a particularly difficult customer is complaining about the choices on the menu. I've been at sea for 3 months fighting the good fight, defending freedom, and you can't even get me a pot of fucking stew? We had this shit on the ship. Whoever wants to handle this can either do a diplomacy, a deception, or an intimidation. Or athletics if you're just kicking him out. Yeah? Yeah?
Hey, can I do an intimidation, Sarah?
Do it.
Be scary, scary wife.
Scary wife.
Is there a bowl nearby?
I'll say it's not a bowl, but there's definitely plates. The closest thing to a bowl might be cups.
That's fine. Motiva's gonna take a cup. She's gonna put some fish in them.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna take out some sweet piss ale, and she's gonna slam it in front. And she's gonna use bullhorn, and she's going to say, if you're so fucking strong that you can't take another thing of fucking fish, then you shouldn't be out here anyway.
Get his
Eat the
ass.
fucking fish.
Oh my god, roll me intimidation. That's awesome.
Oh my god.
Eat my goddamn fish.
She really said no balls.
No balls? 22.
Pussy? 22? You yelling bullhorn. Pussy?
I want to mention that means everybody hears her dragging him.
No, 100%. And people
Fucking-
outside hear you dragging him. Like,
Fucking bass boosted.
you are like yelling bass boosted in this man's face. You slam down this makeshift soup, right? And it's just like, fucking eat it then, coward. Like, if you're not strong enough to do this, how the fuck do you even manage on your ship? Blah, 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 blah. Like, you shouldn't even be out here. Fuck you. And like, he looks like he's about to like start arguing with you louder. Until literally everyone around him, including his fucking buddies, start laughing and like elbowing him and like shouldering him. Because you're right, and also it is a little funny, this thing you just said to him. And they're just like, yeah, come on, have your soup. You know what I mean? And he is placated but pissed.
Eat the soup.
Eat
the
the soup. I don't think he eats the soup, though. I think he, like, shoves it back towards you, and I think he walks out. But I think it's fun.
She gives back the soup to the fishes.
Yeah. Snack time for the fishies down through the hole. Okay, awesome. That's what, 3?
Yes.
Hell yes. So, I'm gonna say that this one is gonna be Flynn specific, I think.
Ooh.
Because you're going out and you're like trying to mend this hole, right? And you're trying to fix it. And literally, as you are going to fix it, as you are actively mending this hole smaller and smaller, some drunk bastard manages to trip on his ankles and like slam his back into these boards that are like trying to cover it up. So you need to save him. Yeah. You're a mage, so you have a lot of options. So if you have any ideas, you can shoot them by me, or I can just give you a list of rolls again.
I give you one, Sean.
Sean can also help you.
That's true. There is one spell I have that I could feasibly use, but it would involve me also going down the hole.
Oh.
Go in the hole full in.
Very
I've
interested
gone
to
down
see if
the
that's what
hole
you're gonna do
before.
to fish this man out.
I'll save that for later. What are rolls I could do?
Yeah, so, we can do athletics. We can also do a reflex save, because the idea of being fast enough to maybe, like, push him before he, like, falls down and you don't have to lug him up anymore. I'll also maybe say, let me look at lists.
Lists.
This is very fun, everybody. I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are the only guys that make sense. It'd have to be athletics or it would have to be a reflex save.
Okay, now here comes the question. Do I
Yeah.
want to just do a reflex save, or do I want to be over the top, and, what's the word?
Dramatic.
Dramatic.
I do love when bitches are dramatic.
Far too much for what the
is.
situation necessarily calls for. Okay. So what Felina's gonna do
Mm-hmm.
is she sees this guy, like, in the process of falling, and she goes to fall in. And here's what this requires.
Yeah.
Because the spell I'm talking about is Kinetic Ram.
Oh my god!
So what I would need to do is I would need to get under him and then cast Kinetic Ram so I can push him 10 feet away from me. He would have to make a fortitude save.
Okay, but that's really funny, and I would love to do that. I'm gonna make a fortitude save. as
Just
you
push him straight up.
Yeah, you go down. And what's really fun about this, too, is that it's not even like the water over here is that deep, right? I'm going to say maybe it's like 10 feet, right? So you go in and you like are falling faster than he is in the water because he's like drunk, but he's managing to like flail around and float, right? So you get under him and you kinetic ram the water between you and him, and then he is shot up in the air and like this geyser of water, and he manages in the wind to fall 5 feet to the left, and like you hear him groan as he hits the deck. As you're now treading water in this relatively shallow water, as like waves lap up at you, and Ashawn like comes over here and like looks down the hole at you and gives you a thumbs up.
She gives him a thumbs up and calls out to the drunk guy, "Watch out for the hole!"
Yeah, all right, yeah. Ashawn will actually lower his hook to you to pull you up, actually.
Ah.
Yes,
Thank
he would actually
you.
tell you to hold on to the rope and then like put your foot in like the round part of the hook, and he can like pull you up.
Oh my god!
Yes, like
That's
a little
fun.
lift. So you're back. You're very wet. He slaps you on the back and he says, "You're back in the game."
Presto's myself, presto's myself, presto's myself.
Presto's the salt out of my hair.
I need to look at Ashawn's spells again really quick. His spells are so cool but so useless. I love him.
Pretty sure half of his spells are for being speedy little bastard.
And all the rest of them are for kill. Kill you with the elements.
Kill.
Okay, Slay, awesome. So next one. We're gonna do another rush, which is now the nighttime rush as like the sunset starts to come down, and everybody is called inside to help as this building is full to bursting. It is probably like, listen, there's only like, yeah, there's like 11 seats in here. There's like easily 30 people in here. Yeah.
Damn.
So, what I'm going to probably ask everybody to do, because I just think that that sounds fun, is that we're going to have everybody roll to help handle this rush, including the NPCs.
Wow!
And then I'm going to narrate it, and then you're going to be done.
Oh, I know what I can make Motiva do.
Excuse me.
What do you want Motiva to do? I would love to hear it.
I'm gonna make Motiva do a performance to keep everybody placated.
Oh, that sounds cute, actually. That's a really good idea, because then people would be all, like, really focused in on her. You should get on this table over here.
Yeah. Motiva's gonna use Bullhorn, and she's gonna be like, ah! And she's going to do a little ditty. If I wanted to go the full fucking mile, I could use Enthrall.
Ooh. Oh my god.
You could if you wanted to. It depends on how focused you want people to be on you versus buying stuff.
Motiva's going to just simply do a performance with Bullhorn.
Hell yeah, roll me a performance. Are you using the virtuistic guy?
Virtuistic, Virtuistic performer? Yes, I am.
Slay.
Okay. So that is plus 14 plus 1, so that's a 31.
A 31.
Because Bullhorn gives a +1, Virtuistic Performer gives a +1 because of my specialty, and then I rolled a 16.
That's so slay. Okay, awesome. Heck yeah. You do it, and you climb on this table, and you immediately yell to start getting people's attention. And like, obviously at first, people are like whistling at you, right? And then you start singing. You start actually putting on like a real performance. I'm not gonna sit here and say that people are like gobsmacked into like respecting you better, technically, right? Like that's not the same thing. But like I think people like legitimately are like having a good time, and people are like stamping on the ground to the beat, or they're like yelling along with the choruses. A particular comment that you hear is saying like, "Oh, we've got our very own siren here with us," you know. And people seem like really interested in it, like legitimately. Like it's really like it's raising the energy, but giving it an outlet, you know.
Yes.
And it,
Outlet. Oh, go ahead.
and it makes it easier with the rush, because that means that people aren't focusing on just getting more and more and more drinks. You know what I mean? But Flynn, tell me what you're doing.
So after Falin is doing is she's using her mage hand and warp step to carry more things out to people and move very fast.
That's awesome. I love a warp
That's
step.
really smart.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Yeah, you do that, and you're by the end of this night, you're like becoming a pro at doing like the server hold, where you have like multiple things stacked together, or you have like 3 mugs in each hand, and you're just like warp stepping, and like I feel like I know that like it's not the same as like teleporting, but I love the idea that like you're so fast that it almost like looks like you are. Like you're so fast that like at one point you're here, but then you're like gracefully bounding, and then all of a sudden you're on the other end, and you're like leaning on a table to give people like a bit of fish, and you're going and you're checking in on people who are asking for drinks but don't have any place to sit, and you're ducking your head outside because people are sitting outside and being like, hey, do you want more fish, that sort of thing. And like you're just like, you have like every corner of this establishment covered. Like you're almost like a control tower to it, you know what I mean?
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, oh, thank God, somebody's actually serving.
Don't worry. Both Ashan, actually, his thing is focused on serving also, where he is kind of almost in a really fun way mimicking how Lucky was acting with customers last night, where he'll run up to a counter and he'll lean on it, and he'll like kind of shoot the shit with them in that sort of like really crass way, where it's like he's not trying to make friends with them, but like neither was Lucky, right? And so like it's the kind of banter that like you're realizing like coalition sailors really get along with. And so it's very easy for him to kind of take orders at the bar and like sling out drinks and like fill up cups and that sort of thing, take money, which is what is helpful about Nefei. And Nefei didn't technically blow it out of the water as much as you guys did with rolls, right? But Nefei is there, and she is almost doing like upselling, right? She is the one that's there to take the money and to kind of like laugh at jokes, to like tell jokes, tell stories, ask for stories, get them kind of hyped up, and like trying to like instigate those moments of like, and buy around for everybody at the table, you know what I mean? And she's good at it, right?
Yeah.
And so by the time it starts getting to the point where like Ashan and Motiva are having to like forcibly get people out, or just like let people like pass out on the ground, you've had like a really busy day. You've probably not had much of a chance to sit down, any of you. But it's a really interesting change of pace, I think, where you almost like get to dick around, you know? It's like a bunch of teens took over their mom's like store for the day. But you did really well as the morning comes back around and the night is over. How are you guys feeling?
Go crazy, go
Yeah!
Yeah.
Dancing on the bar.
You know, we do this, but I'm sure that Motiva is like hiding under it.
Yeah, you're like, please God, I need some fucking quiet in this house, please.
Please.
And I think that this was really fun. So as a reward, you both get 12 golden tips.
Woo!
Yeah. It's technically a low number, but I think what happens is that at first, like, nobody's tipping because that's not really this kind of establishment. But the minute you guys start going above and beyond and start actually entertaining the guest, they're like, we love when a pretty lady sings, or we love when a pretty lady comes over here to check on us. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It helps that a lot of people here have tits, you know?
Yeah. People have tits, and they want tips.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And you get to the end of it, and all is quiet yet again. I'll go back to the other music, if it'll play. Awesome. And by the time everything goes down and you start closing it down, you're getting ready to kind of like lay down to rest. By the time you actually go down to sleep, Lucky is not technically back yet. So it depends on you if you do anything in particular before you lay down for rest. Oh, actually. Sorry, go ahead and say your thing.
Flynn is going to cast Guiding Star and also Dream Message.
Okay, send me your dream message.
I gotta get the word counter again. I don't know why I closed it.
No, that's so valid. I am technically not correct. She actually would be back before your sleep is done, but I'll say that it happens a little bit into your sleep. So if there's anything you want to do, Motiva, feel free to tell me. Maliva,
Yes.
did you want to do anything?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy. I was reading spells.
Oh, I'm sorry, bestie. Yeah, I was basically... You don't have to because what I'm going to do is cut after I do this last interaction. And then you guys will have your full sleep. So you can pick out your new spells after the session if you want. But you can also do interactions after the session if you want. It's whatever you want to do.
Oh, I'd love to do interactions under for this.
Yeah, I think it'd be really... I'd finally be able to bring back RPs. And like texts and stuff, which would be really fun because it would be like ending on a night. You guys have a very limited number of people you can RP with. It's kind of just like the extraction crew and then like Lucky, but you could text people also.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't have
Okay.
anything.
Awesome. We can definitely reconvene with RP. Then I'm gonna wait for Flynn's message first. And then I will talk about Lucky coming back.
Man, that was really good.
I thought it was fun. I'm really excited. This gives me a lot of like cool stuff to do with the next session. Because you'll technically have a couple cool options. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, did not realize that our gang was perfect for attending a bar.
Did not realize also. Really funny that you guys accidentally picked the perfect bar handling crew.
I know. the dream message from Falin is just like, if you fucking ripped off my friend's money, I will fucking come for your toes.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. Heart, 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 heart.
Heart, 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 heart.
Elaney, if you're dead, I'll kill you. Heart.
Heart, heart, heart.
Miss your sweet ass. Every message I get, I'm so sad. I love you, Falin. I'm sorry that I'm torturing you.
They are all going to be so sad. Every night is her going to be sad.
Every night is we're gonna be so sad. But you send it out, and in an almost like surprising like repeat of last time, you instantly know that it's received. So you know somewhere Elaney is asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And while that is not enough, it is, again, a reassurance that they are alive. And you all settle down, thinking that you're going to wait a full night before Lucky comes back. But you eventually hear boots on the sort of deck out front as she kind of walks in where everybody is laying down. And she goes to kind of like groan tiredly, like, honey, I'm home. But you see that her face doesn't look like tired. She's immediately like inspecting the inside of this store with like these really sharp eyes. You know what I mean? Like her coming in, I'm gonna be chill. Her immediately very not chill. You know what I mean?
Her immediately. How much stuff did you steal?
How much stuff did you break? It's on fire. I know it. You know what I mean? But it looks just as good as you had it. So, oh, before I ask how you guys are reacting, in almost what do you got there, a smoothie moment, you see tucked under her arm, she has like a feathered raptor the size of like a purse dog, just kind of like held under her arm like a football. It's just hanging out.
Motiva literally does just point, and it's just like, what you got there?
You know, it started following me.
Oh. What you gonna name it?
You know, I don't know yet. I really haven't thought about it. I mostly was just making sure that it wasn't trying to gnaw on me, which it hasn't. I think it's tired.
I'm gonna hope it stays tired.
You see that she goes to delicately put it on like a rug, and it like kind of like sits down like a camel does, you know, where it like bends its little legs, and it kind of just like, it doesn't curl up, but it like lays down. What's up?
It's a loafing. The raptor is loafing.
The raptor is loafing. Yeah, she is. And you see that Lucky just kind of like looks at it and be like, Well, I'll deal with that tomorrow night. Anyway, your boat's tied up outside. I don't know how much you know about boats now that I know that you're not sailors. But it is one of the ones you push.
She's gonna like go up to Flynn and she's gonna whisper in Flynn's ear, "Is this like the Italian boats? Is
The
it
what?
like is it Italian?
Flynn also doesn't know Italians.
What is Italian?
Italian your mom." She goes out to look at it.
Yeah, I have a picture of what it looks like. These are the kinds of boats. They're like lake barges.
Oh!
And Motiva would learn really quickly because there's a giant like sapling pole. You do push it with the pole, like an Italian boat.
It's an Italian.
Is
Oh,
it?
hey, I have a staff.
Yeah, you do. Well, I don't know if it's long enough all the time, but you definitely can. It has sticks. You don't have to provide the
Yeah.
sticks.
Don't worry, I'll make an unseen servant for it.
Oh, that would be awesome, actually. But yeah, Lucky comes in, and like sits down roughly on one of the stools and say, "Not bad."
Did you see the hole
Okay.
outside?
I forgot to even look at the hole outside. But honestly, any
She
amount
just
of work
wants a
you did
kiss.
on it. What's up?
She just wants a kiss.
Well, come here then.
Well, oh. Shuffle.
All right, awesome. Yeah, you see that she's kind of sorry. This is gonna be me being a whore because I think about physicality for characters all the time. She slumped down on the stool, but she does that thing where like her legs are stretched out, but they're spread a little bit. You know what I mean? Because she's stretching out her legs, and she kind of like beckons you to like stand in between where her legs are, and she just puts a hand right on your jaw and pulls you down and plants a wet one on you.
Oh my god!
A solid like 5 seconds. You know what I mean?
Oh my god!
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yo.
You think I want to make a pirate that's not a whore? Come on. And then by the time she pulls away, even though I'm sure Felin is like, oh my god, she just kind of like pats your cheek. And she's like, good work.
One's having a spiritual experience right now.
Oh yeah, she is. Lucky is gonna kind of look across the room at you guys who are like already like settled down, and she kind of shrugs and says, "You can sleep in here, or you can sleep on your boat. I'm gonna take a nap and open late tomorrow."
Which I knew that was an option.
Didn't ask.
Okay. Oh, I made a new item for your menu.
Yeah.
It's a stew.
Oh. It's not annoying to make, is it?
Oh yeah, I call it delusion stew. She grabs like some like trashed fish, and she gets some more water, and she's like, "There you go," and she makes delusion stew.
I'm so for real. I think Lucky busts a gut at that. That's so funny to her. And she's like, well, I feel for the poor bastard he gave to, but I'm sure he was the right bastard before that.
Oh yeah, really fucking annoying.
Oh, I gotta really add that to my repertoire. It'll really, really get him to sit the hell down. You'd be surprised how often people complain. Do I look like I have a kitchen?
You do. She points.
Well, I didn't ask you. That's a storage room, I'll have you know.
There's a pot in here.
And that's the fire where I keep warm at night. I don't have to hear sass from you all.
Don't. Thank you for the boat and keeping your word. Motiva goes to shake her hand, and the oath is unbound, and she no longer has an accent finger.
It's true, it's true. You have successfully completed a binding vow, and it feels good. It's nice. It's pretty good, you know?
Feels addicting. Feels
Yeah.
nummy.
It feels really nummy. It tickles a part in the back of your brain where your hold your magic and your Fey logic is, you know? But yeah, I think that's where we're gonna end it off. Because I think leaving a little bit of free room for you to RP with Lucky or with your party members, send some texts and stuff, figure out what you want to do the next day. But you now have a boat. I will actually go ahead and tell you that I sent a picture of what it looks like, but I have taken the liberty of saying that there's like cloth on the edges, so it looks kind of like walls if you put them down, or you can leave them up for visibility. So that way you can sleep on it.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
And I would love to ask on recording, do you think you guys... Wait, no, everybody. Ash, get back in the foundry. I have to tell you something.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I have to show you the map, because it's on here.
Oh my god!
Run.
Run.
I'll wait to activate it until you're back.
Thank you. There we go.
Okay, I'm going to stop recording while I show you.